and welcome to another episode of Awesome People Talk to Andrew. Today, it is going to just be Andrew and I, but we're going to be picking up where we left off in part 3 around 2011, which is when Andrew started his record label, Tonequake Records. And to talk about that, none other than Andrew himself. Andrew, how's it going? Andrew? Oh, you are here.
Oh,
Okay. I thought you weren't
what's
going to show up.
no, sorry.
Oh,
What's going on, man? Good to see you,
not
Mark.
not not much. You look a little different today than
I've been
last week.
working out.
Yeah. With what I don't even know what to say to that.
Well,
That's amazing.
I've toned.
Yeah. You have. You look a little bit more cartoony. Is this like a
Yeah,
Snapchat filter?
dude, puppet, what the hell? See, my stand-in, um, my
Just
kind of
a
my
double.
understudy. But you're cool now. All right, see ya. I found someone with the same voice, which is good. Unfortunately,
That
he's
is
much
good.
younger than me.
Yes. Wait. Hold on. He has shoes, you said. I don't think the shoes have ever been seen.
Um,
With no socks. That's
yeah,
amazing.
you know.
Awesome.
All
Well,
right.
I think you should probably start by telling us the story of the puppet.
Well, okay. So the story of the puppet is we brought out omnichannel with waves,
Hmm.
and then I think it was a couple years after went to Nam. This is the one right before lockdown when we shot all the Between Two Shores as well, and waves. Said, hey, can you shoot like a tutorial with Reed Stefan, because he does a lot of waves reviews and things like that,
Mm.
and he's got a totally different audience than anyone else we'd done any stuff with. And I watched a few of his videos, like, this is genius. So he didn't really want to be on camera because he just didn't feel comfortable doing that and whatever.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so he does all of his videos as a puppet. So he records them as if they are completely normal and he's capturing the screen, but then he goes back and shoots the puppet live. So they said,
It's
do you
amazing.
want to do this? And first of all, I said, well, I will only do it as a puppet. I will not be a live action figure in a puppet
Right.
video. And I have to be able to keep the puppet. And so it was awesome. So during NAM, we just had a hotel room and we went up there and they filmed and captured the screen and we went through like some vocal processing stuff. And then he reshot the whole thing with the puppets. And
That's
he
amazing.
does this thing, and he does it with himself too, is anytime any music is playing, the puppets headbang. And so there's like a hi-hat part going and the puppets,
Yes,
you know.
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So it's fun.
Th-
It's on YouTube.
yeah, that video is amazing. Yeah, so guys, look up Reed Stefan. It's ReidStefan, and look for the Andrew Scheps episode. It's pretty amazing. The part where you're headbanging to
It's
the hi
fun.
hat is great. So nice. The puppets are super high quality too. Uh,
Yeah.
does he make those
It
himself?
I don't think so. I think he has them made, but
Uh,
yeah. Yeah, I was like shocked because the
yeah.
first time I saw the puppet is when I saw the video.
Oh my
And then
gosh.
this box showed up with a huge bill for import duty because, of course, they insured it.
Right.
And there was a dude in the box that looked like a younger me with more hair and less gray.
Right. Yeah. And like he stepped out of Crank Yankers. I don't know if you remember that show. Yeah. The puppet show on MTV.
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's dive into what we're talking about today.
Yeah. So I wanted to basically this episode. I mean, this is like hours 10 through 13, which is insane. I cannot believe there's that much to talk about. I must be talking really slowly or something.
No, there's just that
Um,
much. Yeah.
so what I wanted to do was devote most of this to Low Roar, but I wanted to talk about the label in general first because there are other artists, and I want to mention them because they're important to me and put their trust in me to do stuff. So the very first thing is we talked last week about the Pedestrian EP
Hmm.
that I'd done, and it's, my friend Joel Shearer and Kane McGee and Jason Later were the band, and then I did that, and also Joseph Carnes played bass on a couple of the
Hmm.
songs. And so we did the EP mostly at my place, and we mixed it, and it got put out. And interestingly, actually, 2 nights ago, Debbie and I watched Damien Rice concert from 2004
Mm.
and realized that that was part of the tour that Joel was opening for Damien acoustic. And that's why there was also an acoustic EP. So the one we did is the electric EP. And then Joel did an acoustic EP, so it would be like what he was going to do on the road.
Right.
And when I was looking at the files, realized it was 20 years ago. All the files were from 2003, which is insane.
Yeah.
And I just got in touch with Joel and said, dude, this is nowhere on the internet. Did anyone ever put it out? And as far as we know, no one did. And if someone shows up and says, hey, but actually they would have licensed it, and the license would have run out 15 years ago. So anyway,
Yeah.
I found all the mixes, and he sent me the artwork, and I typed in the lyrics, and we put it out, and it came out like, I got in touch with him Tuesday, and it came out on Friday.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's out. And I
Which
sent you
is
the link,
amazing.
right?
Yep. Yeah. I listened to the whole thing over the weekend.
So if
Yeah.
you want to post the link in the chat
Yeah.
or whatever,
Absolutely.
it's really good. I hadn't listened to it in so long, and Joel hadn't listened to it in even longer.
Yeah.
And obviously we wanted to check it to make sure. And I don't know, we still love it. And musically, it's not dated, I don't think. And there's some great things about it, but we're not going to go into any more of that. So that was the first thing. And that's out on my label. That's the most recent release on the label because it was 3 days ago.
Yes.
So
So guys, I'm putting a Song Whip link in the YouTube chat, and you can choose your streaming platform of preference, whichever of the devils
yeah,
that you
and
like. Yeah.
it should be on all of them. The only problem is there are many, many bands called Pedestrian. And so
Right.
sometimes it gets like put in with, I don't even know what the other bands are. But anyway, I tried to link it to the proper ones, but Spotify and Apple Music are the only ones that let you actually link to an artist. So, but if you get the
Yeah.
link straight to the EP, it's 30
Yep.
minutes. And listen gapless, make sure it should be on gapless because everything goes into everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Nice. Yeah.
but so I wanted to talk about the label in general first. So I started the label in 2011 to put out the first Low Roar record. But over the years, I put out other stuff, and I just wanted to really quickly go through the whole roster. So the first, well, actually, I'm trying to think about how this happened because there was an Audrey Sessions EP that I put out that must have come out first because that was the band that Ryan was in
Right.
before he moved and before Low Roar started. So I don't know. I could look at release dates and figure it out. So anyway, there is an EP called "An Otherwise Perfect Day" by Audrey Sessions, and it's Audrye Sessions. It's really cool. It really is. So this was one where Ryan said, "Hey, we're recording this weekend, like starting now." And when I just put crap in the car and started driving, and I was there 5.5 hours later, and just walked in,
Yeah.
and there was a guy they were working with, and at first I think he was a little freaked out, like he thought he was going to be doing it. I think he was worried that I was going to show up and just be a total asshole and kind of kick him out and whatever. But he was great. I don't remember his name because I'm an asshole and I was going to look that up. But I
Um,
didn't. I tried to look up all the names I could find, but
so
yeah.
should we back up a little bit? 'Cause I'd like to hear how
Yeah.
you met Ryan
Well, Ryan was the lead singer in Audrey
in Audrey
Sessions.
Sessions. Yeah.
So, and I think I mentioned this last time or maybe not, but so Audrey Sessions did a record
Hmm.
and they put it out themselves. Then it got picked up by a small indie label, and the label thought it should be remixed. And I think I already told this. Tell me if it sounds familiar, and I can skip, like, do the short version. Does it sound
Just go
familiar?
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have it all as part of the one same episode this way
Yeah.
too. So yeah.
So when I was mixing it, I felt like there were just some choices, and it was mostly just sort of in the drum parts
Mhm.
that were a little, I don't know, just didn't really work for me. And I asked the band, so on these songs, what do you think of this? And for whatever reason, they kind of agreed with me. So what we did is they came down to LA. We had one day in a rehearsal room
Hmm.
and we worked out the drums. But while the manager was playing me the first record, he said, "Oh, and they just sent me this song from rehearsal." And to me, it was better than everything else on the record.
Yeah.
And then he played me another song, and like, holy shit, these two have to be on the record. So we booked 2 days at Sunset Sound Factory, and we were in Studio A, which is not the room that Chad Blake had forever, but great API room, amazing sounding live room. And so in 2 days, we cut two new songs from scratch. We recut the drums on, I think, 4 songs or something like that. Then I went back to my place and mixed the EP, and they stayed in town at the Sportsman's Lodge, which is a very
Hmm.
famous sort of motel-ish hotel that had a tiki bar or something like
Nice.
that. I don't know. I never actually went, to be
Is it still
honest.
there?
I don't know. It may not be there anymore. You can look that
Okay.
up.
I am. Lounge?
And
Sportsman's
so
Lounge. Las Vegas.
Sportsman's
Yeah.
Lodge.
Lodge. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
So and I think it took, I'm trying to remember. I think that was on a console. I think I had the Neves by then.
Hmm.
So we were doing like a song a day and they would show up. And then we needed to do lyrics on one of the songs because Ryan hadn't done them. And that's the song Turn Me Off, which ended up being the first single off of that record when it was re-released. And yeah, we just did the lyrics together, really figuring out, like, I mean, he had verses, he had an idea for it, and the concept was there,
Hmm.
but working out, what the chorus was going to be. And that was our first real collaboration where we just kind of clicked. He never minded me suggesting something, but he certainly didn't go along with everything I said, but we fed off each other. Like things
Hmm.
that we didn't like inspired us to come up with our own answer to whatever it was.
Hmm.
So that record got put out. They did some touring, whatever. It didn't do great for whatever reason. But then, as Audrey Sessions, they were still a band, and I became friends. I mean, well, Debbie and I became friends with all of them to the
Hmm.
point where there was another time they were going to record. Like, all right, well, this time I got it like 3 days notice, so I went up early. But they had moved into, most of them lived in a loft, this big loft in Oakland.
Hmm.
And when they were moving in, they didn't have the money for a deposit. So Debbie and I just lent them the money for the deposit so they could
Uh,
move into this place because they were where they were living. It just wasn't working out. And we just thought, well,
yeah.
that'll be the best thing for them. So we did that. And it was like, where mom and dad showing up. I mean, their parents are super cool too. It's not that. It was just
Right.
because we had the relationship with the band at that point, it just like made sense for us to help out. So
Yeah.
we did. And I would just sleep on the floor in their little music room after we were done doing pre-production. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It was always this very personal relationship from the very
Yeah.
beginning. And first of all, with Audrey Sessions as a band, and then obviously continued with Ryan. But I spoke to the other 3 members of the band last year. We had a
Hmm.
really nice Zoom, which was great.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it was a really cool band. And I remember when we were doing the pre-production for one of the songs on, no, it wasn't even pre-production. It was for an otherwise perfect day, and we were in the studio, and one of the songs needed a bridge. And so we just went out into the live room, and for some reason, because I don't really ever do this, I had something in my head and I found it on the piano and we did it. And the bass part, unless I'm thinking of a different song, I can't remember, but there's a bridge of a song where the bass part was this really weird rhythm. And Alicia, the bass player, just on the day was like, I don't know, it just wasn't, she was having a hard time figuring out exactly where it was. But then we went to record it the next day and she was just nailing it. It just
Mm.
like happened overnight.
Hmm.
And they were all like that. And they all brought something totally different to the band. So we did that 4-song EP, and then we recorded some other stuff, which never really came out. But that was right before Ryan was moving to Iceland. And he'd sent me songs, and I thought, well, but these aren't really done. And then he called up and said, we're going into the studio in a couple of days. And I said, well, but none of this stuff's ready. He said, look, I'm leaving town. We're going to record it. I'm like, all right. And I got in the car and drove up, and we did that. So the idea of the label was everybody who works on records that other labels are putting out. And you always see things that you feel are really obvious things that went wrong with the release. And, there are always reasons for it. And as I learned, putting out records is really difficult, really difficult. There's so much to get right. And there's so much luck in terms of timing. I mean, the most ridiculous example of it is September 11th was a Tuesday. Right. A bunch of records, and that's when records still came out on a Tuesday because of how the chart reporting worked. All those records came out. Nobody was checking out new records for a week, but they couldn't just delay the releases because, of course, the release schedule had other stuff coming out the following week. So most of those records just got completely buried. It wouldn't have mattered how good the promo was. That just wasn't going to happen. So usually it's more subtle than that. Yeah. But being arrogant, I'm going to start a label and we're going to do stuff our own way with it. Yeah. But I never had any idea that, I was going to run it like a big label. I'm not good at hiring people. I'm always terrified of ruining their lives and my own. And so it was always just me knowing I could hire people to do very specific things for different releases. And when it came time for the first Low Roar record to come out, it was just so obvious that that's what was going to happen. So, so that's kind of the genesis of the label, is thinking we could do it. But of course, the line is, how to make 4 million in the record business as a label? Start with 10. Right. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a lot to unpack there, and you have insight into the world of major label releases and all of those frustrations that you had, that you thought, we could fix this, at least, for these artists or whatever. A lot of those things, they're going to be common knowledge to you, but I feel that there's a ton of artists that I work with that have no idea how release plans are done at a larger level or a larger scope. Would you mind unpacking some of that stuff, like things that you saw, prior to starting Tonequake, just with other releases that you had worked on, that maybe things went wrong, or things that might not be obvious to maybe an independent artist that are super important when planning a release? Because a lot of one example, for me, with a lot of artists that I work with, I'll turn over the masters. They'll have a deadline for it, and we'll turn over the record, and then they'll be like, cool. Here's the pre-save link, everybody. They post that day, and they're like, it'll be up in 2 weeks. And you're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Throw it out,
That's the opposite of major label releases. And the lead time with all the audio submitted and all the artwork can be anywhere from 3 to 6 months. Mm-hmm. So you have to get everything in 3 to 6 months before. And then there's a very strict schedule, because there's a lot involved. I mean, if you're doing radio promo and you're doing PR and you're setting up interviews and you're doing a single release, which means if it's a relatively major act, you're going to try and get TV appearances. You got to set up interviews and reviews of the record itself. There's a lot to do, and they will not start applying resources until the record is in hand. Right. That's changed a bit. Things are more flexible because a lot of bands are paying to make their own records and then licensing them, even to majors like that. It's no longer this very top-down structure, but that used to be the main thing. And then the other thing would be revolving around touring, which is part of the promo. But sometimes a band would be offered a tour, and they'd be opening for someone, and all of a sudden, where if they were doing their own tour, it would be a club tour, and they'd be pulling in 150 people in each city. Now all of a sudden they're playing in front of 3,500 people in each city. But because of the release schedule, they cannot get the product out. So you're playing in front of all of these people, and a week later, no one's remembering the opening act. But during intermission, they've had a couple of beers, they love the way you played, they're going out to the merch booth and they're buying something if there's something to buy.
Right.
And so those things, if you're a tiny little label, you can do whatever the hell you want, because it's not like you're stacking up against 25 other records over the next month. There's
Yeah.
one record and that's it. So that was the idea, is that we could not put records out on a Tuesday if we didn't want. Then it turns out you kind of have to, because like it used to be, you had to come out on a Tuesday because otherwise you would never get any promo at the right time, and it would just get lost in the shuffle because people were geared up for Tuesday releases. Then it changed to Friday because the reporting became instantaneous. And if you don't put it out on a Friday now, you'll never be considered for any playlists, because that's when they change the playlists. And they're not going to put you out the week after you've been released, because that's old news, but they can't put you out 3 days before you've been released. So you'll never get on a playlist. So there's certain things that you may not agree with, but there's no way around them if you want to get the fullest sort of possibility of getting extra promo or just getting it out there. Because that is the only thing that's hard, is making people know that you have put a record out.
Right.
I don't remember what the numbers are, but the number of albums being put out every day is colossal. It's, I think it's in the tens of thousands per week or something insane.
Even per day is one that I heard. Chat, help us out, and if you know the number,
just make up a really big number and we'll go with that.
We'll believe anything that's in there.
So obviously, you have your fan base, and I think at the moment one of the most important things is for bands to manage their own fan base in terms of being in touch with them, maybe doing Patreons, maybe having subscription on their website where they get emails, but also access to songs early. Like, you have to figure out what's going to be the added thing that is going to make people understand that there's something coming out. Because even if you've got fans, if they're getting inundated from 2 or 3 artists and you're just like hoping they figure it out, they're not going to know it came out.
Right.
So that's the key thing with any release, I think.
Yeah. And what were some of those main frustrations? Like if you had, maybe 2 or something like that you were like, don't quit.
I don't need to
I'm
go
doing
specific. I mean, I think, like specifically there were bands that had exposure through opening for someone else or something like that, and the product just was not available because it couldn't be. But you wanted it to be able to be. Like, I could get CDs made in less than a week.
Yeah.
So can a major label. And in fact, they will cut in front of you in line, but they wouldn't do it. And one of the reasons is, once a record comes out, unless you're really lucky, it will never be reviewed by anybody. They have to be special. They will only review stuff that has not been out. And actually, the first Low Roar record, we put it out July 4th, 2011. Then we got some people involved who were going to help us out. There was a company called Indigenous Productions. So Samantha Bullock and Brooke Burt. I've got notes because otherwise I'll forget everybody's name. And they came on board to help get this record out. And they said, we can't do anything. It's already out. And I actually had to pull it back off of all the digital services and pretend it never came out.
Right.
So that they could try and set up radio promo, which you were still sending CDs at that point. And it was, I mean, you sort of learn that you can't, it's this whole thing of, you're going to be a disruptor. Like, well, okay, you can disrupt to a point, but unless you're Beyonce and can put out a record like, surprise, it's my new record. Beyonce has enough fans that they care. If you're a new band and you do that, people don't even know what happened. You're not a maverick at that point. You're just stupid.
Yeah.
So
you're standing on top of a rooftop, like, come praise me for my disruption. People are just walking by.
Yeah, they can't see you on the roof.
Yeah. Nobody knows you're up there. Okay, so Hugo in the chat said that the last record was 100,000 songs in a day, and the average is around 70,000.
So, that's probably what, I don't know, 6,800 records a day.
Right? It's insane. Yeah.
It's completely insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
And they're
oh.
obviously not all,
Sorry, Debbie
where'd the
needed
paper
a.
towels go?
You saw it exactly. Yeah, if I had a
Great.
puppet of Debbie, that's
Right.
paper
That would be
towels.
awesome.
Very
So
stoned.
wet.
Nice.
All right. The
So
cats have
wet.
come in and they're soaked because they're idiots. So they wait until they're soaked, then they come in.
Did they bring any presents this time?
No.
It wouldn't be the first time on air that they've done that.
Just a couple pints of water. Yeah, well, that's when Steve Lillywhite took over.
Yep. It's great.
So
It's my show now.
anyway,
All right.
so that's the label. I just wanted to talk about the other artists, but what else
Yeah.
you got?
Oh, people in the chat are just asking Ryan's last name, which has been picked.
Karazia. It's
Yeah.
Karijaza.
There you go. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So let's see. Dave Westner had a question somewhere too. Yeah. All right. If I see it again, we'll come back to it, Dave. There was a good question from him somewhere, but okay. Oh, that was Dave that asked that. All right, moving on.
Okay. So, yeah, after this next little bit, this will be all low roar all the time. And I've actually got a Pro Tools session, a song from every album plus a song from the Inure EP that we put out, just to show kind of a production thing that happened. Because hopefully, I did manage to post this on the Low Roar Instagram. So I'm hoping we've got some Low Roar fans watching, as well as, the group that shows up for these webcasts, which is amazing that people show up. But I figured that would be really interesting to the people who have heard and love the records, but also just as a production thing. They will all be in the Now What I Did category because whatever, it's the easiest thing to show, but hopefully they're all interesting. But I did want to talk about the other acts on the label. So sometimes it's stuff that I've produced. Sometimes it's just people I'm helping out. But usually I've worked on the records that I've put out. So I just want to mention really quickly some of the other bands. So obviously there's Audrey Sessions and Low Roar. Jeff Babco, one of the best keyboard players in the world. He did a jazz record that was awesome, and he got in touch with me to mix it, which I thought was amazing. And every single mix I did, he just like, yep, that's great, next. And it's not that he didn't care, it's that he wanted me to do the thing that I do, which is to be like a little aggressive with it. He didn't want it to end up being a softer record. So that album is called Crux, with a period afterwards. And I think it's really cool. There's a lot of really great stuff on there. And he's one of those guys where no matter what keyboard he's playing, it's like, oh, right, that's why they invented the Mini Moog. Oh, that's why B3s exist. He's one of those guys, which is amazing. Then an Australian band called 2200 that I mixed their record. Very cool band. And they had a record called Carnival de Venus. And again, I was sort of the US label. Now, I was putting these records out through, I have a distributor. That was easy for me to say. Skip Werner at, I didn't write this down and now it's flew out of my brain. This is ridiculous.
Well, while you think of it, I'll just totally distract you and maybe it'll pop out from that. Carnival de Venus, spell that for me. I'm putting links in the chat for YouTube.
Carnival,
Day,
D-E, and then Venus, like the planet named after the goddess. Yeah.
And the band
is 2200 spelled out. The number 2200 spelled out.
Cool.
Okay. Right. And just because I'm a total idiot, Burnside Distribution. They're based up in Portland. He's awesome. And I was introduced to him by someone we'll mention in a bit. And so I'd already gotten set up to distribute digitally through The Orchard, which is a great company. They distribute thousands of indie labels. And then once I got hooked up with Skip after the first Low Roar record, then he handles the physical distribution as well. So
Mhm.
anyway, so I was going through the Orchard just for digital stuff for the 2200 record. Then there was also, I believe we talked about it, a band called Faves, Swiss band. Did we
A
talk
little
about
bit.
that? A
Yeah.
little bit. So that's the band that I produced. We went down to Mono Valley before my stuff was there.
Hmm.
Did the record one song a day. Brilliant. So I was the US label for that record as well. And then through them, I met an artist called Heidi Happy, is her artist name, and mixed one record for her, but then put out the next three records in the States, um, which is quite cool. There's a band, Halloway, which I managed to, they got in touch with me to mix. They tracked the record themselves, really, really good. And the album is called Halloway, Hall.
Hmm.
Oway. And that is also one of their songs is what I use in a lot of the Waves demos
Yeah.
because why not?
Yeah.
So that, and also there was a Low Roar song, which was I think it was, no, it was Audrey Sessions. I think it was Turn Me Off, was the demo session that came with Pro Tools for like 7 years
Yeah.
or something like
And
that.
now there's a Low Roar one, right?
No, I don't think so. I think they're using something else, aren't they?
I think you can download a Low Roar session. I'll check while we're talking, but
Great.
I think you can get one on avid.com.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll
then
I'll go confirm that. Go ahead.
you go confirm that,
Yeah.
or someone in the chat will confirm that because
Yeah.
they're your research team. Um, then a band called Fellow Robot, really cool band, had me mix something for an EP of theirs, and then they came back like, "Hey, do you want to mix our record and then put it out?" I'm like, well, yes, because I think it's a really great record. And that came out. I'm trying to remember exactly when, but very recently. And it's very cool. It's called Misanthropoid, like opioid. But anyway, so Fellow Robot. And then I love all these bands, but I have to say, one of my favorite bands of all time is the other band that I wanted to mention. So I was going to South by Southwest for the first time. Like I'd never been there, which is the gigantic sort of, it's turned into a bit, it's like a showcase now. It's this big music festival that's a showcase, but it used to be a big festival for unsigned bands. And the first year I went, I don't remember what year it was, but it was sort of the very end of the unsigned bit, heading towards showcase stuff. And because I am this person, I went through every single band that was going to be playing because they post on the website and every single one of them has a link. And there were hundreds of bands playing.
Yeah.
And I went through them all like over the course of a couple of weeks. And there was one called Act Rights that was so exciting. I'm like, okay, I am definitely going to go see them. And Philip Broussard, who I believe we talked about before, he worked on a ton of records for Rick with me. Great engineer, great guy to have around. And we sort of hooked up while we were down there, and he and I went to their gig, the Act Rights
Hmm.
gig. So it's a four-piece rock band, basically, and they're on a stage the size of like an IKEA table, like tiny, and it's in this club that has all the windows open onto the main drag of Austin. And they start playing the show, and it's one of the most exciting shows I have ever been to,
Wow.
ever. And at one point, lead singer kicked his shoes out the window into the road to never be seen again. He like popped an Alka-Seltzer in his mouth, so he was foaming at the mouth during one song. But they
Wow.
were great. They're
Yeah.
really, really great. And so I put out a record and an EP for them. I mean, one of their songs is called Sausage Mountain, and it's just awesome.
Oh my
It
gosh.
Those records are really good. They tracked the records, the first full length record they tracked in 2 days because that's all the time they had. And they sent me the files, and I was still mixing on the console, so I couldn't like, oh, I'll just work on this sometime. So I booked a day to mix all 12 songs, and we had to meet someone for dinner on the west side, and I pushed it from 6:30 to 7:30. That was the day we met Philippe. Marbouf. So, so I mixed the entire record in like 10 hours at
Wow.
most. No, not even. Yeah, probably 8 hours.
That's
12 songs in 8 hours.
insane. Okay.
And that was it. And that
Yeah.
was absolutely it. And then it came out.
That's
So
amazing. Okay, I think I got the link for that YouTube chat. I'm gonna put it in there. The chat room is on fire today, by the way. They said that the chat research team would like some free merch. So
well, if there
we
were
have to pay them
merch, yeah,
some Tone Quick Records merch. Um, and there is a low roar session that when
great.
you go to download Pro Tools, it is the Pro Tools demo session.
What does it say? What song? Does it just say?
Nope, but I'm gonna download it and I'll tell you.
That's all right. It's a Low Roar song.
Yeah,
So there you go. So everybody can get that.
yeah, very cool.
I'm sure at one point I knew a lot about that, and I've since forgotten that that happened because I knew the Audrey Sessions song was there for a while,
Hmm.
but
Yeah.
yeah, and that
Uh,
song "Turn Me Off" is the one that we did the lyrics like on the fly, and because we had to mix the song that day too.
yeah.
So I kind of got the mix together. We tracked all the vocals and then finished the mix, and that was
Yeah.
that. So those are the. I feel like I've probably forgotten something, but I don't think so. I think that's and the Pedestrian EP. Obviously, that
Hmm.
came out on
Yeah.
Tone Quake as well. So when I put those records out, it really is like it's a lemonade stand. I'm their distribution because of Skip. He can submit to playlists, which is great. We don't often get placement because people don't really want to put unknown acts on a playlist because it doesn't get people in there. But
Hmm.
we've gotten a few, which is good, and it makes the accounting really, really simple and all that kind of thing. So
Hmm.
I'm their like TuneCore distro kid, but it's nice. I mean, it's a good feeling to sort of get the stuff out there,
Yeah.
and that was the idea. So
I have a couple
yeah,
questions for you.
yeah,
Um, and if you want to just move on to something else, that's fine. But
no, no,
so what now? Like a lot of again going to the indie artist thing. A lot of indie artists think that when they're like, how do I release my song? They naturally land on like CD Baby, DistroKid, TuneCore. That's
yeah.
kind of it. So can you talk about distribution and why you partnered with the Orchard instead of using a service like that?
The only reason is because I was able to.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure it was through Samantha and Brooke. They hooked me up with the Orchard because they had other indie labels they were working with. Um, And yeah, I mean, otherwise the Orchard wouldn't have touched me. I mean, I
Hmm.
had a catalog of like one record and one EP at that point.
Yeah.
So I very lucky, and the same with Skip. Without the introduction from Amy Wallace Patton, who was managing Low Roar at that point,
Hmm.
I don't think he would have taken me on. We didn't have the physical sales really to warrant it. But
Yeah.
the good thing is, I mean, I think a lot of what made this stuff happen is Ryan's music.
Yeah.
People would hear the stuff and they'd want to be involved.
Yeah.
Like with Amy, I went, and I'm never going to remember the name of the company that she was working for, but she worked for like a more comprehensive, a company that did releases. That was
Hmm.
their specialty. So they did PR promo. I think they did some radio stuff. So it was sort of like a package you would get for them to handle a release for you. And while we were having that interview, I think I actually talked her into managing Low Roar because we
Mm.
were talking. And I said, "Oh, you should manage Low Roar." And I think she was right at the point where she wanted to make that transition, and it just worked
Wow.
out. And so then she introduced me to Skip. So there was a lot of serendipity that happened, but you kind of make your own luck.
Yeah.
And a lot of what made that luck was just how great Ryan was.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that absolutely opened those doors.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to be able to get in with the Orchard, I mean, I think
Hmm.
really, I don't know in terms of promotion, like if any one of those platforms is better than another. I think you
Hmm.
just want to look at the business model because some of them, maybe all of them now, are charging you per year to keep the stuff up.
Right. Right.
And it's just a matter of what do you think the lifespan of the project is? Are you okay to let it go away if nobody's listening to it anymore? And I think the problem is that everybody, when they finish a record, especially if it's their own record and they're going to put it out, your hopes and dreams and your belief is that this needs to be up forever. Even if it doesn't happen right away, it's going to be super successful. And if you don't think that way, I mean, you shouldn't be putting it out, really. But if you just put your business hat on, then you can make an informed decision about which platform may be better or not.
Right. And the benefits of doing something like you said, you're very fortunate that you got with the Orchard. They were also helping with promotion along with that, or?
Well, they don't really, but again, they have so much clout that they list new releases, and people who make playlists would look at that.
Yes.
Nobody's
Yeah.
looking at Quake Records at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So, over the years, I don't know how much that helped me, but it also gave me a platform where I'm not spending money to keep the stuff up, because that's not the way their business model works. They just take a big chunk of the income. And for me, that was fine. They did the accounting, and as it's, all of those artists, and most of them with more than one record out, there's a lot to keep track of. And I also, one of the things I said when I started the label was, there will be no recouping. Everybody will be getting paid from record one, no matter how much I spend doing radio stuff and things before it came out. And I did that for almost everybody, not just Low Roar. So I would spend anywhere from, $1,500 to $10,000 if we're pressing vinyl to get something out. But not only would the artist get paid immediately, but also it would be monthly. So to do the accounting monthly, if you're doing it yourself with that many releases, could be tough. But the reporting from the Orchard was also very manageable. And you can get stuff where you can import into Excel and do pivot tables and immediately know how much you owe each person.
Nice.
And then I had a QuickBooks file where there was basically each account was a band, and I put the expenses against, because the only thing that would change depending on the project would be the percentage would be a little bit more in my favor until it recouped, and then immediately switch over to whatever the other percentage was, which was definitely in the artist's favor. And I think I can't remember if I mentioned this last time or not, the only artist who even came close to breaking even was Low Roar. And that took 7.5 or 8 years after the first record came out to break even. But it didn't matter. I mean, that was the whole point.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is great. Yeah. That's awesome. Kind of gives a little bit of insight into the business behind all of that, which is
it's
really
cool. The lack of business. But I felt like if you looked at it just as the label, it was a disaster. But I wanted, everything I do is to fund everything I do. I don't silo things enough, maybe, but it was like, okay, I'm starting to have some success as an engineer, and then a mixer, and then, to some extent as a producer. And this is what I want to do. So I'm going to do it. And, it turned out I'm not a great label, but okay.
Yeah. It's an adventure. Yeah. Breathe In is the song that is available in the Pro Tools download page.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
That's a really weird one to be given out, because it's a gorgeous, gorgeous song. Yeah, but it's not, normally you think you'd want more of an up-tempo thing. Wow, that's funny. I completely forgot about that. But yeah, Breathe In. And I think the session is dumbed down a little bit. And I don't mean dumbed down, but it's some things are combined, and it's more stems than it is the raw session, so that you do start off from,
73 files in there. So
all right, that's a lot. Maybe it is the full session. I thought anyway, I printed a bunch of stuff.
Some of those should be interleaved files, so it's not going to be 73, because some of those.
What do you mean they should be? What do you mean they should be?
Yeah, what are you talking about should be? Who's saying should be?
Yeah, no, believe me, uninterleaved files drive me crazy now. But like opening up the pedestrian sessions, it was still OS 9. There was no file extension, and they had resource forks. And so, but I managed to, with some help from people that I talk to kind of weekly, other Pro Tools users and stuff, there is a specific combination of you put this extension on the Pro Tools session file, you put
Mm.
the audio files here, and you can actually open it with the latest Pro Tools, which is amazing.
Awesome. Yeah,
So I got those sessions open to have a look.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So anyway,
yeah, very cool. Um, I'll have to get that check from you at some point. It's got a lot of old PTF files and stuff. So, uh, okay, so let's go on to. Oh, sorry, the chat was distracting me a little bit. I'm watching them too much, but they're wondering what song you're going to use to demo the Wells plugin that You're working on from last week that we talked about.
it's early days, man. It's only been a week.
Right,
So,
exactly. You're still
yeah.
conceptualizing the whole thing, and they want to do a
Yeah.
demo.
No,
So,
I got nothing. I got
all
nothing on
right,
that.
I'll get on it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so where does that take us?
Well, I guess we go back to the beginning of Low Roar then,
Hmm.
right? So
Yeah.
now we begin the Low Roar segment, which will be the rest of this.
Hmm.
So I did the Audrey Sessions album, did the EP, did the other recording, and the last recordings were right before Ryan was moving to Iceland. So he moved to Reykjavik, and then I don't remember how long it was, but it probably was only a few months or so. And he just started sending me like MP3s
Mm.
off his computer of stuff he was working on. Like, oh, that's really cool. And I'd give him like some thoughts or whatever. And he kept sending stuff and he kept sending stuff. And then I would have ideas and think like, well, maybe I'll work on some of this. And we never really formally started anything in particular until I realized like we have an album's worth of stuff here. And I think I mentioned last time, like at an Audrey Sessions gig, he told me, I want to make something beautiful.
Hmm.
And this was obviously it. This was like, he worked so well with that band and they had such a great synergy, but this was like 100% him. It was
Hmm.
just going to be what it was going to be. And I mean, at that time, he had a job. He was driving a forklift at a recycling plant, like,
Hmm.
and that's outdoors in Iceland.
Yeah.
That's not fun. So, and he would go home and he would just work on these songs. And if you listen to the first record, a lot of the vocals are sung very quietly. And it's because his, at the time, wife and stepson were asleep. And he's in the
Mm.
only other room in the apartment. And like, he's singing quietly. And the entire record, when I was going back through the files this week, was done in GarageBand on his end. And I found out at that point, like, oh, you can open up GarageBand sessions in Logic. So
Hmm.
we'd go back and forth just talking about like what he was doing. Then he would send me the GarageBand file. Then I would open it up in Logic and basically make stems, just decide like, okay, I'm going to do these raw tracks. I'll bounce the vocal out completely dry because I want to work on it, but I can bounce out the reverb and so kind of go through every song, do that and build Pro Tool sessions. And then I would work on it. And this is when I think it was one of the consoles. It may have been both at that point, but I think just one. And so I was mixing everything on a console. But that record, it was like I talked about a while ago about when you mix in headphones, like there's no jeopardy because you haven't actually started mixing. You're just, sort of mixing.
Hmm.
And working on his record was like that. I did almost all of the work on that record that I did sitting in my like reclining chair in the living room on my laptop with a tiny little keyboard. Where did it go? I had it with this keyboard
Mm.
playing parts and with a cat on my lap. So like everything's at some really weird angle and it was really hard to work. And so then I just started sending mixes back to Ryan and he'd make comments. And then a few other people played stuff. He had a guy play like harmonium and piano, really wonky stuff, with very cool sort of through his cassette deck kind of thing. And then I
Mm.
had to figure out like, okay, that cassette deck's not running at the right speed. So kind of
Right.
stretching everything and micro editing. And, this is 2011. So the tools, there are a lot of cool tools, but it's not,
Yeah.
elastic audio at that point.
I was just thinking
And
about file transfers. I mean, you were probably able to do internet at that point, but not, it would take
yeah,
a little while.
I
Yeah.
mean, we had DSL.
Yeah.
And I don't remember how we sent them because I mean maybe Dropbox was around. It was probably there were things like WeTransfer, I think. Not
Yeah.
there was nowhere where you had your own cloud drive, but I think WeTransfer was around so you could send it. But it took me like a week to get Ryan to send it because like, oh, it's not working. Like, well, how'd you try it? I don't know. It's not working. And
Right.
so when I finally got him to send the GarageBand files, because he's like, oh, just work on the MP3. Like, that's not
Right.
gonna work.
Right.
So, and I may be misremembering this, but I remember talking to him about like, well, what's the artist name? Because he didn't want it to be his own name
Mm.
at all, but it wasn't a band, and I could be completely wrong. Maybe he came up with it, but we were throwing band names back and forth, and I think Roar came up, and I'm the one who said Low Roar because that's just a
Mm.
phrase I love. I love phrases where the words are complete opposites
Right.
of each other.
Right.
He said he came up with it, I think, but I don't know. Whatever. Between us, like that became the artist name. And so at the very end, I took it out to the studio, did modular stuff,
Hmm.
and then but still I mixed the whole thing on the laptop
Yeah.
in headphones and then just checked it in the studio at
Amazing.
the end. So then I had to learn like how to do everything. So I had I think because Logic was still well, no, Logic was Apple at that point because of the GarageBand thing. But there was a program that I'm not going to remember the name of for doing album assembly, where it just had two lanes and you would drop songs in and you could change the space.
Oh, yeah.
And it would spit out DDPs, which is the master for manufacturing CDs, where it
Right.
has all the metadata for track starts and things like that. And I mastered that record using Ozone inside of that program because just when I was listening to it, it just didn't feel done enough. So I just did that. And so that's how that record got mastered.
Yeah.
And then that's when I put it out myself through TuneCore. And that was the July 4th, 2011. And I remember
Mhm.
because we went to a July 4th party it was actually at Lusette's house. That July 4th, it was like, it's release day and there's fireworks. Like,
They're for me. Yeah.
yeah. So that was really cool. And then, of course, when I pulled it back down, that's when I got hooked up with the Orchard and then it
Hmm.
came back out. And I think it was in November of 2011 that it
Mm.
came out. You can see the date when you look, at the music services. And so, and that one for the artwork, Ryan just sent me this like JPEG, and it's of I was going to bring up the vinyl of everything. Maybe Debbie would get me one of each of the vinyls. Um, yes,
Yeah.
just
Send the
send,
puppet. Yeah.
send my
That's what he's there
assistant.
for. Your assistant's here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
There
hoping we just see him go
there
walk
should
by in
be
the background.
everything in the boxes right in front of the stereo, but if not, they're on the shelf under L for Low Roar.
The
So
chat room says Wave Burner was the name of that program.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So Wave Burner. Um, and originally, no, we did do vinyl. We did do vinyl right away on that one, which like colossally expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not much more expensive now, which is weird, but considering, what a dollar is worth and what it was
Right.
worth 10 years ago.
2011.
But um, yeah, I mean, at the time, that was like, I'm going to spend thousands of dollars. And this is, when kids are getting older, we're paying for school and all that. And it's like, well, this is what this is. And Debbie was super cool about it. She always supported it when it was a good idea. And, I've had a couple of bad ideas and she would call me out like, really?
Yeah.
But this was one where she's like, no, this is amazing. This has to come out. And if you're going to do it, you got to do it properly. And, I printed up 150 promo CDs with full color glossy bios and stuffed them all in envelopes and put stamps on them and sent them out to. There was a guy, Rich Michalowski, who did our radio promo, and he would just send me an address book of all the places I had to send the CDs. And yeah, we did all of that because it was like, I need to give this a chance. I can't just like put it up and hope people will come, because I knew they wouldn't.
Right.
So
yeah.
So that was the first record. And I was thinking, I mean, we could I was just talking about the artwork. So Ryan sent me this JPEG, and then he sent me a font, and he's like, "Oh, this font's really cool." Like, okay. And it was Santos Dumont, and that's the Low Roar, the name. It's not on all of the artwork. There's one record where it's a handwritten version of it, which we'll get to in a bit. But so I ended up, and this is on on every record, I would do something to do with the artwork, because there were some amazing people who did the cover art for things. So the source material was always great, but no one's thinking about like the labels for the vinyl or the CD face or what goes under the CD tray, because we always did clear ones so you can get more artwork in. Is there going to be an insert, because we can't afford to do the gatefold vinyl?
Right.
And okay, if we're going to type the lyrics, what are they going to look like? Like, so that was always like, well, I'm the label and I can't afford to hire anyone. So I just did that on every one. So on the first album, and I have a feeling Debbie's going to come up with new artwork, which actually nobody has seen except the family's seen it, because I wanted to just run it by them. Because one of the things is, for every vinyl pressing, we've done something different. There are no two vinyl pressings that are the same after the first couple, because Ryan loved doing different color vinyls and things like that. And at the very beginning, I convinced him to just stick with the black vinyl because it sounds better. Technically, clear vinyl should be the best one, because that's the natural color of it. But then I quickly got talked out of that, because Ryan he loved doing stuff like, we have to do glow in the dark. And like, dude, that is absolutely the worst sounding thing you can do. Yeah, but we're going to do it.
Yeah, right.
And so we did glow in the dark vinyl and whatever. So, yeah, I would, I learned Photoshop to do the artwork on these records.
It's like, I sent you those GarageBand files. You didn't have to work off the MP3. We're doing color vinyl.
Yeah, exactly. So the covers were all done by amazing artists. And yeah, the artwork is really amazing. The EP Inure, which came out in between albums 4 and 5, that one is just a picture of Ryan's apartment. And like, I don't know, we had about 8 pictures to choose from. And of course, they all looked amazing when they were the rectangles, that he sent. But it's like, I need to make a square. Yeah. And we finally found one that would crop properly for that. And then compiling credits. Like, so Ryan, who's playing on this? Like, some people like, okay, so have they been paid? No. So give me email addresses. And so for every single one of them, I would find them and I'd say, look, we don't really have any money, but can we just do a contract and I can send you $500? Like, I didn't want anybody doing stuff for free on these records. And I'm sure people are going to get in touch now and say, what? You paid them? You didn't pay me? I'm pretty sure I got in touch with just about everybody who ever played on the records, because that was important to me. Like, I wanted to be the label that did that. Like, I think we talked about, I paid, I actually went back to a studio that gave me time on spec to do a test mix for something. And I went back after I got the gig and I gave them cash. And no one's ever done that before.
Yeah, you told that last week and we were like, what? That's amazing. Yeah.
Did you get one of the new ones of these? Yeah. Oh, great. Yeah. Okay, so this is the first record, just known as Low Roar. Yeah. And so this reindeer spitting birds was, I don't remember her name, it's in the credits, the woman who did it, which is it's fantastic. And then on the back is just the song titles. On the very
Mm.
first pressing, there was a picture of Ryan's hand behind the song titles.
Mm.
He didn't like it. We got rid of it.
Hmm.
So that's it. And then I'm just going to show the artwork for every record as well. So then for almost all of the records, for whatever reason, ended up being the right length for 3 sides. And normally you'd like, well, let me split it up more. But I didn't like having to flip the record more. And I remembered there's a Rosanne Roland Kirk album, which I have, amazing jazz wind player. I can't remember the name of the record, but it was a 3-sided record. And
Hmm.
side 4 just was blank vinyl. I'm like, okay, you can do a 3-sided record. It's fine. You know, it's a double album, but just there is no side 4. But what we did instead on the Low Roar records was we would always find something for side 4. So the first 3 sides are white labels that are 33 RPM. And then side D is on this edition is different. On the first edition, it was the radio edit of the song I'm actually going to show you, which is Tonight, 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 which was the last song on the record. So it was the radio edit I had to do with it. Now it's a song called No Words, and it's an instrumental from that era. And the sticker that goes on the front of the album, if you still have the plastic on it, says side D contains no words, which I love. I mean, it's like a dad joke.
Yeah,
because it's true on every level.
Right.
So,
right.
And this one is the crazy. It's like the cotton candy vinyl, and it did not look like this in the preview. But they say, like, you know, it's going to be different when you print it. And when it showed up, there were a lot of people saying, "Is that what Ryan meant? Did you choose that?" And I was like panicking, going back through my emails, and like, "Yep, that's what we chose." Like, okay,
right.
So, but this is the 3rd pressing, maybe the 4th of this record, which is amazing to me. I mean, I actually had to throw out records when we moved from LA, like Act Rights. You know, I had to throw out probably 350 records because they didn't have. I mean, I said, "Look, I'll ship them to you. I'll pay for the shipping if you guys want them." He said, "We have nowhere to put them, and no one's buying it, so that sucks." So then we have the lyrics. Like, I always wanted to didn't necessarily have to have lyrics, but I think his words are great, so I wanted those. But we had to have credits, you know, full credits. So Burton Lee, Anton and Louis Patzner, they're both amazing musicians up in the Bay Area, and Ryan was friends with them. And Anton did a string arrangement for something I'll show you later. Then Michael Knox was the other guitar player in Audrey Sessions. And then Arnie Tieter Asgirson, I know I pronounced that completely wrong, did some programming, and he did the original loop on Tonight, 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 which is the thing I'm going to sort of deconstruct, is how the drums ended up what they are on that track. So that's all the extra musicians. But I'd like, it can't just be white text. So I don't know if you can really see the paper, but I had a roommate.
Turn off mirror. 1 second. I'll flip it around and boom.
Oh yeah, you probably can't really see, but I had him take a photo of like dirty paper.
Cool. Yeah.
And then I just used a like old typewriter font because for some reason that worked. You know, whatever. It just felt really cool. Like that. I wanted it to be something. I didn't want anything we did to just be like, oh, well, that could be any record. Like when you see this, it's like, ooh, that's the first Low Roar record, if you know. And if you don't know, that's fine. And we still have yet to do a gatefold of this record. So it's a double album, but it's just in a single thing. And this will be like a preview of, hold on, we're just getting it off the stack. So there's another pressing that is making its way across the Atlantic right now because this album is sold out. But the pressing is done, and the only reason we haven't announced it yet is because it's in a container and it's in the middle of the ocean, and it could be 6 weeks, it could be 8 weeks, it could be 3 weeks. Like we don't know when it'll actually make it. But we did a lot of things where a pressing, I would reverse the colors on the artwork and then we would mess with it and do stuff. And we'd already done that with this album. And Ryan always wanted stuff to be different. So I kind of did a remix of the, oh, you're not going to be able to see with the plastic. Let me take it off because it's too shiny. So there we go.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can really, well, it's kind of hard to see, but there's a whole background to it. I need to get, no, it's always going to be a little bit glary. You can't really see. And then I took about 2 hours to learn how to do this in Illustrator to make the text follow a circle. Because that's what you need to do. Then the insert is exactly the same, but this one has, come on, you can do it. This one has see-through blue vinyl.
Cool.
Which is cool. And then this is the, hold on, I've got the sticker here. This is the side D contains no words sticker.
Very nice.
And Ryan loved doing things all lowercase. Like, I had to talk him into putting punctuation in a couple of songs, in song titles.
Nice.
So should we do the sort of session thing for this album?
Yeah. Do you want to tell people where that stuff is available?
Yeah. So there's a company called Bandware that does the distribution on stuff like this. And again, this is another Amy Wallace Patton hooked us up. And so they sell all the vinyl. Now, Skip is also a physical distributor, and so it is available in other countries. But, unless it gets ordered, he's not shipping it because it's really expensive to ship. And so it's kind of hard to find locally. But Bandware will ship worldwide. Obviously, it's a little expensive if you're not in the States. But all of the vinyl, CDs, and then there is merch. There's some sweatshirts and things like that. But yeah, it's all Bandware, and just search for Low Roar, and you'll see all of it.
Awesome.
Because one of the later records, there's a pressing that just went on sale because it made it across the ocean. So yeah, we've done 5 pressings in the last year and a half or something like that.
Wow.
People like the vinyl, which is great. And we don't do something different on the vinyl to like make people buy multiple copies. It's not, it feels like, oh, that's a money grab or something. It's just, it's what Ryan always wanted to do. It's like, man, let's do something new. And part of it was that he felt like people would feel special with whichever one they had, not
absolutely
buy them all. Buy them all. Because the music's the same. I have to say, though, the last couple years, we've been pressing everything at GZ, which is in the Czech Republic. Their vinyl sounds amazing. It's by far the best sounding vinyl. Like, even the weird colored vinyl sounds better than the black vinyl from some of the other places we had it pressed.
Okay, GZ.
GZ is the company that does the pressing. And they also, like, I used to always get it cut somewhere and then plated somewhere else. Like, I had the companies I would use, and they cut and plated the last few as well. I just sent them the music, and it sounds great. Awesome. They're really, really good. And they have a plant in the US as well. I believe in Nashville. I could be wrong. And they've just doubled their production. Like the 5th record, when it first came out, it took a year to get the pressing because they were so backlogged. And then since then, it's down to like 3 months, which is quick for record pressing. Wow. That's a really fast turnaround.
Awesome. That is gzvinyl.com, and I put that in the chat for everybody too.
Yeah, they're great. They're really, really great. Now, I have not heard the American pressings. I will tell you that I have a feeling that they will not sound quite as good. And part of it, not part of it, the reason they might sound different is it's due to environmental regulations. And the Czech Republic is not part of the EU, as far as I know, for those regulations. And so there's stuff they can do with their vinyl that you can't do in the EU, and I don't think you can do in the States. But it just sounds phenomenal.
Yeah. But that makes it fun for the forum, so people can be like, "Oh no, this pressing sounds better than this pressing. We got to
Well,
get this one."
exactly, and they
Yeah.
do they do all sound different because most of them have been recut. Because if you only or so the whole pressing process is you go to get it cut, which means you use a lathe and you play the album in, and it's like a record player, but it's cutting the groove as you
Mhm.
go. So it's got a cutter head, and it's cutting what's called a lacquer because it's literally paint on a glass sheet. That goes off and gets electroplated. So they put it in a bath and with some electricity and some, I think it, what is it? I'm not going to even guess what metal. I think I know, but I'm going to get it wrong. Anyway, so it's
Do it.
plated.
Do it. Do it.
No. And then you pull the plating off the lacquer. So now you have a positive of the record, right? The lacquer had the grooves cut into it, and now you've got one with the grooves out of it. You can press directly off of that, but you'll only get a few hundred, maybe 500 records out of it. It's called a stamper once you start using it to press the record. So usually what you'll do, excuse me, is you'll make a mother, which is the female, because
Mm-hmm.
the groove is cut back in. So you do a metal one that matches up to that. And then from that, you make stampers because you can always go back to the original and make another mother and then
Yeah.
make more stampers and
Mm-hmm.
things like that. So, but when you switch plants, sometimes you can send the first one and sometimes you can't. And sometimes they want to recut. So the pressings will sound different. Plus, the music on side 4 of most of them has changed because, like, why do we have the single edit of this? That's ridiculous. Let's put something else on, or and
Cool.
it's just a way to get stuff out there,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah. Oh, that makes it fun though. It keeps it new instead of just order another 500 copies of the vinyl because we sold them.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is ordering 500 is not cost effective, so I always order 1,000
Yeah.
because the
Yeah.
cost per unit goes down significantly when you do 1,000.
Wow. It's a lot of vinyl.
It's a lot of
Heavy,
vinyl,
heavy
which
shipment.
is why I'm just astonished that we've sold as much as we have.
Yeah.
His fan base is so great.
It's amazing. Okay, I'm gonna flip your camera back. And do you want to
Okay.
dive into Pro Tools land?
Yeah, yeah. I
Okay.
mean, we're not going to spend a huge amount of time on this,
Hmm.
but this one, yeah, we got Pro
Let me
Tools
get
there.
you going. Here we go.
All right, and we still have audio, I hope.
Yep. Good.
So this song, if you don't know it, it's called Tonight, Tonight, Tonight. It's the last song on the first record. And this is the actual mix session. I haven't gone through and prepared this in any way. This is the mix session. But when it showed up, there was a drum loop um, that sounded like this. Well, actually, it sounded like this. Sorry. Just to be completely complete. So I'm doing not a whole lot to it. You can't see the plugins and who cares, but there's a lo-fi on here, just doing a little bit of harmonic distortion. But this song is, how long is it? Come on,
I
you
was
can
actually
do
going
it.
to ask if we could listen to like a chorus or something for everybody to get the vibe if
Well,
they haven't heard the
yeah,
song.
yeah.
Yeah.
So just keep in mind that that's the only beat that came with the song when I opened it up in Logic from GarageBand. And the song is 8 minutes long. So in typical like low roar fashion, the song, either the whole song or one section will be very, very long. And actually that, I think 3 out of the 5 songs or something like that I'm going to bring up is basically like how we decided to make the length work. So rather than make something shorter, it's make it work the length it is. And that's a common theme when working with Ryan is you don't talk him out of stuff he's already done because in his head it works perfectly, and it's just up to me on this first record along with the other people who played, and then starting with the second record and through everything else we've ever done, Mike Lindsay and me, and we'll talk more about how that works a bit later. But having that beat all the way through would not be ideal, so I'm going to start you're going to hear other beats and stuff, but I'll just play a little chunk of the song.
Red light, sit you or sit and burn alive. Would rather burn and fire, but I ain't gonna be here too long, too long. No, I ain't gonna be here too long, too long. No, I ain't gonna.
Yep, sorry, you're muted, Andrew.
The audio sounded a little weird to me halfway through that, so I tried to mute in case it was trying to mute my microphone, playing it back.
Right.
So again, the beat as it was given to me was this. So obviously that's the groove of the song, and that didn't really change. But what I did is to make two copies of that. One of them sounds like this. And then one sort of simplified version of the beat, but even more messed up. And both of these are just the plugins that come with Pro Tools. It's the Fuzz Wah and the Distortion plugin. So those, and then I programmed some extra drums as well. And then I did some other weird stuff. So I think what I'll do is I'll sort of bring you through the progression of what happened. So the very first thing I did was to do this distorted version of the beat and then cut it up so that there are no drums at all in the beginning. So the song is...
Tonight, and I've tried to give you what you want. What is it that you want? This.
All right, so that's that distorted bit. I'm going to get to these tracks down here in a little bit. And so the progression, I'm just going to solo up the beats because that's the easiest way to do this. So we go from that little stutter beat, and then we get to that extra distorted version of the whole loop. But then also I programmed this little drum machine loop. So it's a slightly different groove, but the point is the way the kick reinforces is a little different. So it switches the groove up a little bit. And then when the main beat comes in all of its glory, all of a sudden you've got these two grooves going at once. So I'll just play from here, just the beats. Now you can hear some other weird stuff going on underneath. We're not there yet. So then we have a little break in the middle of the song. And then when it comes back in, I really wanted it to lift, to be somewhere else. So then there's this beat that gets added to all of that. So it acts as percussion, and then you also finally get the clean thing, which has the cymbals in the top end. So when we come back out of that break, it sounds like this. And that's compared to this before the break, which is the same stuff except for the clean beat and then that extra loop. So not hugely different, but it is open a little bit. Then we break down and then we come back in and we build back up in sort of the same way that we built before, but it builds up twice as fast to get everything in. Then the noisy beat comes back in, but then we've got another beat down here. Which again just acts like dirty percussion. So I'll play that coming in. So that's the payoff beat with everything in. But you've probably been noticing there's like weird stuff going on underneath. And this is the thing where what was great about doing this sitting in a chair in the living room is there was never this sense of I have to get something done or I've spent enough time on it. I would just pick up the laptop and work on it kind of whenever there wasn't something else going on. Or there would be something else going on and I would ignore it. And I remember quite a few times of not being able to come to the dinner table right away because I was in the middle of something, he says, looking at his wife and saying sorry again. But one of the things I did is once I had the beats kind of together, I had the entire beat going into a plugin called, oh, come on. Now I've forgotten because I'm an idiot. It's right up here, Break Tweaker. It's an isotope plugin. There we go. No, sorry, Stutter Edit. This is older than Break Tweaker. And this was made with BT, this great DJ, early like remixer. And he just used to have all these incredible ways to sort of grab a beat and really mess it up. And so he built this, well, I will show the plugin for a second, because why not? I just love that these sessions, oh no, you can't see it. So basically what you did is there were a bunch of slots that you could load up with different transitions and they could be triggered by MIDI notes. And normally I think the idea of the plugin is that you would be running your beats through it live while you're DJing or something like that. And then you would, have transitions going, but the entire beat would be going through it. But instead, what I wanted to do was to have this kind of chaos underneath and then be able to just sort of bring it in and out. So it would add to the beat and give you weird stuff, but not be transforming the beat itself, because the whole point of this song really is the hypnotic bass and the beat building, but being steady. So anyway, I did 2 passes of that and hard panned them. And I'll go here where they're doing more. So, I mean, it's just crazy stuff, but what it ends up being mixed in is it's just ear candy. So basically, it's just this idea of keeping the beats interesting in large chunks by chopping it up, then bringing in more of the full beat, and finally you pay off halfway through the song with the unprocessed beat, but then you're bringing in other loops to act as things. So you're working in 24 bar chunks, 8 bar chunks, 16 bar chunks, or something like that. But then also having this little bit of chaos underneath makes it interesting in tiny little chunks. So once or twice every bar, there'd be something which you could ignore if you wanted to. But then I think as you have multiple listens of the song, you start to know when things get weird in your left ear or something like that. And then you kind of look forward to them. They're details that become part of the song, but they're not trying to be the song. They're not in the way of the song. The song is still the bass and Ryan's vocals. Like, that is the song. So I'm not going to bother playing any more of that. I mean, I think that's kind of the thing. But if you listen to the progression of the rhythm in that song, I think that it makes those 8 minutes go by very quickly compared to if you just had the one loop all the way through. So anyway, that's that one.
Awesome. There are some questions about vocal treatment in the chat.
I knew it was a mistake to open these up.
Show us the real
I don't.
mess.
Yeah, I mean, some of this stuff is the same actually. So the ambient vocals, they just have like what do they have? Just an affix on them. I've got an Arvox and an affix on the lead vocal here. There are a lot of vocals, and there's some chorus verb. So you're not going to see everything I did here because I did quite a bit in Logic, tweaking effects and things like that, so that I could just export them, because I didn't really know Logic that well, and it was all going to be kind of fragile, and I didn't want to break stuff. So I wanted to tweak the plugins that were there and the automation that was there coming out of GarageBand while it was in Logic, and then I printed stems. So I'm in a way printing stems to mix my own stems for when I came in here. So, and Ryan did a lot of this stuff on his vocals himself as well. So it's kind of hard to say. There's not a huge amount of processing here because, like I say, a lot of that was done in the Logic session before I pulled it into Pro Tools.
Right. So a lot of the reverb and processing that way was all Logic.
Yeah, we're printed separate. Like, here's the dry vocal, and then here's the verse reverb. Yeah, and again, chorus vocal, chorus reverb, backing vocals, and then telephone vocals. But yeah, this is the droid vocal. This would have been Ryan. He loved doing stuff like that. There, like on the second record, there's a pitch shifted vocal down an octave that's on almost every song, and that became a character on the record. But I've got to say, a huge amount of the processing on Ryan's voice is Ryan's voice. He has a really, really, really special voice. The top end on his voice is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
From a production standpoint, one thing I love about this too is that you weren't, this is going back into Geekland, but you weren't obsessed with, I need to make the Logic session match the Pro Tools session so that I can tweak every little thing. It was like you were taking printed things that had already been decided upon and bringing them over and then building on top of that and not freaking out about like, well, what if I want to do this?
Yeah,
I'm sure there was a path backwards, but still.
Well, I mean, yeah, I could have reopened Logic, and I probably did a couple of times to separate something or tweak something that wasn't really working right. But there's no such thing as a perfect mix, and the first thing you do in a mix will take you down the path of whatever that mix is going to be. And so second guessing things like that, you'll never finish. You'll never, ever finish. So there's something really good about saying, I'm on the production phase of the Logic version right now. Then I made stems, and now I'm on the production phase of the Pro Tools version while I'm mixing. And I was on the production phase that I could do sitting in my chair with a laptop before I went out to the studio to record some acoustic stuff and to do the modular stuff. And I love compartmentalizing that way. It's, for me, if I'm producing a record, when I go to mix, that's the first time any of my template gets anywhere near the record, and I'm done recording unless it absolutely needs something. I won't make something work by overdubbing because, well, we've finished that now.
Mm.
And for me, that works. For someone, if you're producing and recording your own records, it's very difficult to make those be separate phases of the record. But for me, it's really important because I think completely differently.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. That's amazing. How many versions would you say that you guys would do back and forth? I mean, of some of the stuff. I mean, were these records that were made in a month or like 6 months or a year or, you know?
It could take a long time to make, but
Mm-hmm.
usually by the time I was mixing, and the first time I sent a mix would be the first time anybody heard all of the other stuff I'd done, all the production stuff, all the
Mm.
changes. I never, I don't think I ever completely changed the arrangement of a song, but everything else would change. I'd basically keep everything I got, whether it was just from Ryan or Ryan and some other musicians, or once Mike Lindsay started working on the records, whatever they sent me would stay because that was the record up to that point. But sometimes I would add a colossal amount of stuff. And the first time anybody heard it was when I sent the mix. And a lot of these records would be R1
Wow.
or R2. Yeah, first version I'd
Yeah.
send, second version. And then there were a few where it's like we'd be back and forth on something. And usually it was because I was too heavy handed with overdubs or something like that. And there was something subtle about what was already there that I was missing.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the songs I'll open up from the fifth record when it's like 3 a.m. my time at the rate we're going.
Yes.
That's one of the things I'd done. There was something, this is, well, I'll get to it when we start talking about the next record.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of it, the way, well, we're almost on the next record anyway.
Yeah.
So Ryan and Mike and I all have incredibly different sensibilities to music. They're different things that we gravitate towards and respond to. But I mean, obviously with Ryan, but then with Mike and I as well, I don't think there's a single song we ever worked on where we're like, well, that's a clunker, but we'll get it done. Like we
Yeah.
all loved it to begin with and made it the thing that we loved the most. But we were all totally different. Ryan was about the spacey treatments and figuring out what to do with his vocals, and he'd record it on his phone and then fly it in. All these really, really creative things, and the way he would treat the piano or whatever. And then he would build the song that way. Then it would go off to Mike, and Mike would do his thing. And Mike Lindsay, he's in a band called Tongue. He's a great producer, does lots of remixes, so talented and completely different. Like
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the more sequenced elements, the arpeggiations and things like that that are on a lot of these records, that's Mike. And Mike is like a super groovy musician. He's got a great groove,
Mm.
but the way he hears grooves and the way I hear grooves is just different. So like he'd put grooves on there. And sometimes I would get, like, Ryan would send me a rough of what Mike was doing on a song. And of course I'd already heard the song. Well, we haven't talked about this yet, actually. We'll go through the whole process. So Ryan would be
Sure.
writing songs at home. And it'd either be on piano later on, but usually on acoustic guitar to begin with. And he'd just be doing stuff into his phone or real quick overdubs on GarageBand on his phone and stuff like that. And he notoriously would be talking to lots of people at the same time. So I wasn't the only one to hear these songs. Like he'd get excited and he loved the feedback. Like he needed the to have other people hear the music and connect and, you know,
Mm-hmm.
give him positive feedback. And then that would fuel him to keep going. But when he would send it to me, it would always be about song structure or chord choices or that lyric. You know, it was like when we worked on that Audrey Sessions song, where it was very much me as if we were in a rehearsal room, figuring out, like, before we go in to record, let's do this and let's do that and let's do this other thing. And sometimes Ryan would do exactly what we talked about on the phone. Most of the time he would be there with his guitar or the piano while we're talking, and he'd try stuff and like write it down. And like the last record, we would have these conversations like, I'm going in this afternoon to record the song. Like, okay, come on. Okay, go to the piano. And if you leave out the third the first time through, then the major becomes like a real event the next time. And he'd just forget everything. He'd go into the studio and do it exactly the way he had been doing it for the most part. But so there would be this back and forth, and he may have been doing that with Mike as well at that point, but I don't know. And I was thinking that maybe Mike should be on this from like this
Mm,
point forward. But I feel like it, first of all, would just take forever. And I'd love to hear Mike talk about these records, but it would literally take us 12 hours to get through everything. So I'm not going to be skipping Mike's contributions for any reason other than I can only really talk accurately about what I did. And I know what Mike did more on some records than others
yeah.
and whatever. So as we get
Well,
into the second record, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to let you know the chat room is saying, Andrew, don't rush it. It's after all, it's showing love to the wonderful art that the music is, and it'll be here for those who cherish the music, such as Low Roar. So
Well,
yeah,
I feel the same way, but I also feel like we're almost 2 hours in. Well, we're an hour and a half in,
yeah,
and we've only just gotten to the first record. And I
right,
don't think I can do this in more than one chunk. Like I
right,
need
right.
to keep
The
going, or
momentum.
I won't
Yep,
be able to start back up again.
yep,
So I may end up cutting a couple of things short, but hopefully, especially for the Low Roar fans, this will be, some new stuff and hopefully make it a little more special. That's
yeah,
what I'm hoping.
great.
Um, so for the second record, Ryan was still living in Reykjavik, and he met Mike Lindsay. The music scene in Reykjavik, and I've only been once, but I've talked to Ryan a lot and talked to Mike a lot, and like Yancy from Sigur Rós, it seems to be an unbelievably supportive music scene.
Mhm.
Everybody collaborates with everybody. Everybody is super happy when another band is doing well. So it is the opposite of some music scenes I've seen where everybody's like, well, how come you get to do
Yeah,
that and I don't? And
right.
it's a beautiful, beautiful music scene,
Mm.
which I think is part of why, I mean, people talk about the UK punching above their weight in terms of the number of huge worldwide bands they've had. I mean, look at the population of Iceland, and perhaps percentage wise, they're punching way above that.
Oh yeah,
Like it's
yeah,
insane. And the creativity. I mean, getting Sigur
yeah,
Rós and Bjork, not to mention of Mice and Men and all the other bands that are not more straight ahead, but are
yeah,
less like out of the mainstream. It's incredible what's
yeah,
come out of that country. So Ryan at that point was, friends with a lot of the people there, and a lot of people were really supportive. And Mike Lindsay was there. He's English, but he was living in Reykjavik and he had a studio. And Ryan started working with him on the second record. So the second record is called O Zero. And the only reason, I'm just going to say things slightly out of order while I remember them. The only reason that album has a title, he wanted every record just to be called Low Roar. But if you
mm.
do that on the digital music services, they start putting stuff in parentheses and they put whatever they want, and you can't do anything about it.
Right.
Second record, or, like with all the Weezer records, Blue Album, the Green Album, the Red
Yeah,
Album,
right, right.
and you can't control it. So I talked him into having a title, and I just said, look, we can do punctuation if you want. And like for a while,
Mm.
um, I can't remember if we were going to do this or we just thought about it for a minute, but it was just going to be an underscore.
Mm.
Like it wasn't even going to be a character. And I think we found out that they were going to do the same thing. Like they were going to put stuff in parentheses if you did that. So I found out like through the orchard, like, yep, you can just put zero and that'll be fine. So that's why that record is called that. Um, so he started working with Mike, and this was the first time, as far as I know, that he'd recorded with somebody working on the record. On the first record, he recorded his stuff himself. I recorded my stuff myself. Burton recorded his stuff himself. He obviously worked with Askir. I cannot pronounce his name, but the guy who's doing the programming, I'm sure he got together with him on the songs they did together. But for the most part, everyone just kind of did their thing and it got sent around. And then I finished the record and, out it went. With Zero, though, it became more of a band record. God, and I didn't write down everybody's name, and I'm not gonna. Well, hold on. I've got the record here. I've got to look. So, Laver, and I've got to get the name because it's gonna bother me because I'm an idiot. Um, Roar, come on. Does it say Low Roar is? We usually. Oh, come on.
While you search for that, Dave Wessner says on the GZ or CZ vinyl version, if you lick the vinyl, you can see the music.
All right, I'll go. Why
Might be
not?
infused with something.
So, God, I cannot believe. I mean, and it's in the credits. It's Laver and I'm spacing on the drummer's name, and I feel so bad. It turned into kind of a three-piece band while Mike was recording them. I mean, look, every single low roar anything is Ryan.
Mm.
Period. The songs are him, the voice is him, the melodies. But he also loved to collaborate, you know. But his music was so strong and so huge that it was always going to be adornment. You know, it was not going to be like you would fundamentally change what was going on. But those three and Mike did a gigantic chunk of the record. And again, I haven't like spoken with Mike about the actual sort of day-to-day things. So I don't know how much the other guys were around, how much was just Mike and Ryan. There were some other people who played on the record, and I should
I just
look.
sent
One of
you
the
a
main
text with
things.
the past members of the band.
Oh yeah, Logie
Yeah.
and Labor. Okay, so hold on. I'm bringing up the text because I'm just I hate this. I actually wrote a lot of stuff down and I just forgot stuff. So yeah, Alton and Dave. I don't remember exactly what they did, but the main three were Logie and Leifer and Ryan, and they actually toured this record afterwards as a three-piece on the road, which we'll get to in a second. Ryan booked a lot of his own gigs after the first record, but there was no sort of tour. He did stuff and he played shows, but after the second record, we'll get to after the second record in a bit. So again, I did not talk to Mike about the sort of day to day and splitting of how many things people did or whatever, but that was the core, was the four of them working. But one of the really, really important elements of this record is there's a string quartet from Iceland called Amina. And they've put out their own records, but also they're the string quartet that has played on a lot of Sigur Rós stuff. And they are amazing players. And they're so creative. And as far as I know, they do all their own string arrangements. I mean, they certainly did on this record, and I believe for the most part, you play them the music, they come up with what they're going to play, and they play it, and it's always interesting, and it's absolutely beautiful, just amazing, and there's so much personality in their playing. Like a couple days ago, I talked about it right at the beginning. We watched this Damien Rice show from 2004, and everyone in his band has that same personality. They're not just playing the songs. They are the musicians that are playing the parts that they are playing as part of the band. And Amina is definitely that. I mean, everyone on this record is that. So they did that. They did all their stuff, and then it got sent to me. And the record was already just gorgeous and amazing and huge. And I mean, Mike's a fantastic producer. And it was really, really well put together. And I was in England, and we were staying at my wife's parents' farm. And I had my laptop, and I had headphones, and I had my little keyboard. And so I just started working on the record. And because I couldn't even go out to my studio, there was no thought of finishing the record while I was there. And I think that put me into more of a producer mode in a way. There's some songs where I didn't do a huge amount, but there's some songs where I did an absolutely gigantic amount. And like Breathe In, the song that you're talking about that you can get for the Pro Tools demo. So if you download that, there is this huge cascade of vocals. So Ryan sings this very long melodic line without lyrics at the end of the song. And so I thought, oh, that'd be cool in a delay. And I put it in a delay, and it was like the way the chords are changing and the way the melody worked, it would keep clashing and it wouldn't work. So I had to make copies. And so I copied it onto probably 10 tracks or something like that, shifted each one, however long the delay was. And then in Melodyne would push the notes inside of the delayed one to work with the new one over the chord
Mm.
that it was. So each one soloed up has a slightly different melody, but you would never know. And they're all crossing. And so at some point, all 10 are playing because the first one hasn't stopped before the last one comes in. And that, became the end of the song. And so I think one of the great things, and I'm sure Mike feels the same way, is that we were never, just hired to do some stuff and like, oh, we mixed it and that was it. I think we really felt like we put ourselves into the records. And it was really important for us because we loved the music so much.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said this a million times about how, it's the closest I've ever been to being in a band. And if you look at the credits on the records, other than the second record, because Laver and Logie were so involved in the record, it says, like the first record, I'm pretty sure says Low Roar is Ryan and Andrew. And then from then on, Low Roar is Ryan, Mike, and Andrew.
Yeah.
And part of it was like, well, we're not going to list the 400 little tiny things I did as an additional musician. But it's also, and Ryan's the one that came out with that credit. He just said, no, Low Roar is that.
Mm-hmm.
We never toured with him. Mike, I don't think Mike ever played a show with him either. But it didn't matter. Like for the records, we were the band. And that was a really generous thing of Ryan to do. Because he didn't have to. He wrote the damn songs. He could have made all of these records without us, and we could not have made any of the records without him. That's just a fact.
Right. Well said.
But I was, as involved on these records as anything I've ever been involved in. I think the Pedestrian EP before that was sort of the most involved I got in anything. And it's not just being involved, it's being trusted.
Mm.
It's like anything I would do, even if it turned out like, well, no, come back on that or whatever. It was never like, oh, yeah, we hate that and shut up. It was always given enough time to be like, that's fighting with this other thing, or I've listened to it a bunch, I don't like it. But the idea that there was never going to be anything done for any reason other than this is the way we heard it in our head. And the reason I wanted to say before about how musically the three of us were actually different is that I think Ryan heard the record in his head, but not in the way, like there's some artists you work with who have the finished record in their head. It like that is what will come out of the speakers. Whereas Ryan had the vision of what it was going to feel like to listen to the record in his head. So there are things I did that were like gigantically invasive on some of these songs. And I expected him to mention them and just like, yeah, that's great. And like, dude, I played pipe organ on that thing. Like, you don't want to comment like all the stuff I did with the beat on Tonight. I just did it. And he's like, cool.
He was like, it's good.
Yeah, it's like, well, that's the way it goes. Like the song needs to be that engaging all the way through, and now it is, and let's move on. And not in a dismissive way, but I think it was to the point where he might not even have noticed some of it because that's what it was always going to be. And I think Mike was the same way in reacting to how it would come to him, but then how it would come back to him with the mixes. And so even though our like sensibility would be very, very different, it was the combination of all three that made these records be the records they are. Mm-hmm. Because there'd be stuff where I would hear it and be like, ooh, man, I don't know about that. And Ryan'd say, man, I knew you'd say that. And like, it was almost a challenge. It was like but you're going to make it something that you love. And that was always the thing. It would never be to take stuff out. Never. It would always be, what can I do to make this the version with that stuff that I love? And that is the way every single song on every Low Roar thing we've ever done ended up. There amazing. Is nothing I hear where I'm like, oh, I wish it had been that way. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
And the level of trust to just say like, yeah, send me your production stuff when you do the mix, like that's It's pretty
Yeah,
unique.
the only time I didn't do that would be when Ryan was like, "You gotta send me something." Like, "It's not done." "You gotta send me something." "It's not done." "You have to send me something." And like he would call every 5 minutes. Did you send it? Did you send?" Like, all right. And I knew that there would be like there's one particular thing which I'm gonna play on the song from Maybe Tomorrow, where I did this really weird keyboard thing, but I hadn't edited it yet. And I
Mm.
knew there was too much of it. And it wasn't going to work the way, I mean, like I knew it wasn't done. And he's like, "Send it." And he's like, "Oh, there's too much of that thing, man. It's cool, but like I know it's why I didn't want to send you anything." But fortunately, it wouldn't, like a lot of people would hear that and be like, "Nah, I don't like that." And he
Right.
was completely open to it when it was done.
Mm.
But yeah, anyway, we'll talk about that specifically when we get there. But
Just a
that's what every single record we did was like.
Yeah.
Every one of them was.
Collaborating with others is a talent in itself, and it sounds like he had that nailed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, and strangely, obviously, Mike worked with him in person a lot.
Hmm.
But I believe there's only one record where we were in the same room during the record,
Mm. Yeah.
which we'll get to. So O is a really special record. I think it's when Low Roar really became Low Roar. The first album is amazing. I love
Hmm.
the first album, but I think that probably not having Mike on it, like there was something Mike added which kind of crystallized things.
Yeah.
Um, and then just Ryan was more mature as a songwriter and more confident. I
Hmm.
don't think, like, he was always confident about what he did. He was never questioning himself, like, is it good enough? Or it was never that. But I think it was something he did, but he was doing other stuff. And then by the second record, he was Low Roar. He wasn't becoming Low Roar after having been the singer in Audrey Sessions. He just was Low Roar at
Yeah.
that point.
Amazing.
And
Um,
and Anu Guiducci, I've got to credit everybody for this amazing artwork.
wow. Oh, let
Yeah.
me unmirror here. There you go.
Well, it doesn't really
Blah.
matter for this. I mean, it does matter, but
Wow.
and then the inside, it just these lines, just
Yeah.
really cool. She did artwork for 3 of the records. She did this one. She did and then there are a couple we're not really going to talk about. There was a remix EP, and when I was in Reykjavik, we recorded the gig that Ryan did
Mm.
at Iceland Airwaves. And I mixed it as much as I could. I mean, I only had stereo off the board and then stereo room mics, but
Wow.
I did a ton of like RX and splitting things up and whatever. And
Yeah.
Amina played on the entire set. So it was
Wow.
Logie and Lever and Ryan and Amina. And it's pretty fantastic. And so she did the artwork for all 3 of those. And the live album, the EP, and the remix EP have never been out on vinyl. They've only been digital. I believe there were CDs at the very beginning of those first 2. So without getting ahead of ourselves, there is a vague plan at some point for a box set that would include those on vinyl for the first
Mm.
time. But those haven't been on vinyl, but there's amazing artwork for them that Anna did.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm gonna mirror you back.
Okay.
So
While we're talking, I'm gonna open up the other session
okay.
because
Is that so? Breathe In, the track that you can get if you have a Pro Tools subscription. If you just go to your downloads page, like you would normally
yeah,
go to download Pro Tools, you scroll down a little bit, you get a Low Roar demo session. That's Breathe In. That's the first track on O.
yeah.
And I have a question about I'll Keep Coming, but maybe I should let you go to do what you're gonna do.
No, I'm just opening up the session, which isn't "I'll Keep Coming." It's a
It's
different
not I'll
song.
Keep Coming. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that song. Wow. That's I don't know. That's all I can say. That was almost a Christopher Walken wow. But yeah. Wow. It's such an incredible production. And that is I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but is that the song that was the main feature of Death Stranding?
Yes, which that you're definitely jumping ahead, but
We'll
that
get to it.
ended up
Yeah.
being a really important song for Low Roar as
Hmm.
an entity, not for Ryan necessarily, but
Hmm.
it definitely that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Unbelievable song. Yeah.
the thing I would say about hold on, I'm just putting in the listen to so we can. Yes, we're using Listen To by Audio Movers,
Yeah.
which is
Sponsored.
important to mention because it's important. This is how we're hearing the music out of. So hopefully that's the same link. We'll find out when we do it. So the one thing about this record is when I got home, I did all the modular stuff. There's a lot of very noisy modular on this record and a few other things that I did once I got home. But the album itself, I spent a long time sequencing it and doing the pauses between tracks. Yeah, a really long time. And I remember probably 3 or 4 different times on different days when Debbie and I were just like laying on the floor in the studio listening to the album start to finish. I'd be like, "Oh, that track came too fast. That's not good." So I really feel that if you've got the patience to do it, listen to start to finish. And the songs, I mean, all the songs work on their own and whatever, and you could shuffle and it'd be fine. But the some of the sequencing on the record, I think, is really special. Like I think it's side 3. Yeah, side 3 is I'm Leaving, then In the Morning, and then Phantoms. And I'm Leaving and Phantoms are seriously produced songs that get big. But In the Morning is just Ryan. And I believe there's harmony vocal, acoustic guitar, and the lead vocal. And it was recorded on his laptop very, very quickly. And that little tiny palette cleanser completely changes those two songs. It's a really big deal. I mean, I think this is, again, because I was so involved in the songs themselves, the art of record making became really important. The order on these albums is super important. The spacing is super important. Mike started doing this great thing. He'd call them the blend. And it would be all the songs going over each other. And every once in a while, the order would change. But a lot of these albums are crossfaded. So it's not like it's all one song. It's not even meant to be in the same key or whatever. But the only time you would get a break between songs is if you need a break. Like the songs work better with a gap. And generally they wouldn't. They work better crossing over into each other.
Wow. Very cool.
All right. Do we want to talk about something? Oh, yeah. So this is actually pretty interesting in a way. Do we want to do the Pro Tools thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and share your screen and I'll get you.
Oh yeah, the share your screen thing. I forgot about that. Share.
All right.
Let's make sure you're getting some audio here.
Okay.
Are you getting it? Oh, hold on.
Let me see.
You have to click start streaming.
There we go. Yep, we're good.
Okay.
Yep.
So this is a track called Please Don't Stop. And on the see, this is another thing where the sequencing is so important. On the album, there's Please Don't Stop Chapter 1 and Please Don't Stop Chapter 2. And this is one of the few 4-sided records we did. So there's an A, B, C, D. So Please Don't Stop Chapter 1 is the end of side 2. And Please Don't Stop Chapter 2 ends the record at the end of side 4. So it's basically halfway through you get Chapter 1 and at the end you get Chapter 2. The music is very, very different. The lyrics and the melody are exactly the same. And what it does is it gives you this feeling of having heard something familiar at the end of the record. And even though the other one isn't at the beginning of the record, it makes you want to listen again. It's this very weird thing. It's almost like, well, I guess I've already heard that, so maybe I've listened twice, so now I'll listen a third time, even though you've only listened once. I don't know why it has that effect, but it really does. Originally, though, Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 were part of the same thing. There was no Chapter 1, Chapter 2. It was just Please Don't Stop. And it was unbelievably long. So it was, let me see where this one ends. And then this one begins here. And if I do this. So again, 7.5 minutes, which is, I mean, by low roar standards, that's actually like a radio edit. But what I was doing it, and I felt like this transition between the first and the second half never quite worked. I was talking to Ryan about it, and like, look, I really feel like we should just use the first half, because it doesn't work being as long. And this is one of the few times where I really felt like it wasn't going to work, and it's because it was so different. And then Ryan sort of offhandedly said, "Well, just split it up." Like, what? He said, "Yeah, just split it up. Just cut it in half. It'll be fine." And like, okay. And so I started doing it, and it was just genius. And this was the thing about Ryan. He had like studio ESP. He would have an idea and it would almost be offhand and like he hadn't even thought about it and whatever. And then it would turn out to be absolute genius, but you wouldn't even know why really he'd come up with it and said it. And it happened over and over and over. And it's like why with Tonight, 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 and so many other songs, there was never a thought of making it shorter, ever. There was only, how do we make this work? How do we make this compelling to everybody, not just the guy who wrote it, who's hearing it in his head the way it's going to be? So on this one, what I want to do is I've got the original. And if you don't know this track, the first thing is actually, I want to play you the bass because, first of all, it's awesome. And second of all, I'll talk about it in a second. So, this is the bass that is the underpinning of chapter 1. So it's a pulse bass, plus it's super, super stereo. Rule number 1 of cutting vinyl is do not have pulsing stereo bass. Supposedly you can't cut that on vinyl. So I had they cut this at Bernie Grumman Mastering. Chris Bellman did it, who I'd done a lot of stuff with, and I just loved the way Chris barely did anything but made stuff sound better. And that's kind of the ethos of everybody at Bernie Grumman. And I knew he was going to cut the vinyl because I was going to spend money on this second record. I already knew it was a double album, it was going to be gatefold, but it was so great. I'm like, I have to give this thing the best chance possible. So I was going to pay to have it cut there. And so I sent him versions of this track making there are plugins that will make it mono up to a certain frequency and then let the stereo thing come out. So I sent him one where it was like 30 hertz, 60 hertz, 100 hertz, 120 or something like that, and the original. And he cut the original one and he said, this shouldn't work, but it works fine. And it's the coolest looking groove ever because it's a bouncing bass. And at the beginning, there's not a whole lot except for the bass. And so the groove, you see the song in it, which is great. So originally, here, I guess I'll play the end of how it ended up on the record or something like that. So here's the end of chapter 1. Muted.
And, yep.
I manufactured some long reverbs and things to really tail that out. And then here is the beginning of chapter 2. So that's that really epic melody that you would have heard in chapter 1, but over the pulse bass and things like that. So this starts with all of the stuff that came in for the second half when it was all one thing, and the other one ends with the stuff that was already playing. But I figured for the people who know the record, I'll play the transition from one to the other. So this will be a little bit longer, just so you can hear a little bit of the voice, you know where you are. And then I'm going to let it play all the way through to when the vocals come in, because what the hell, it's my show. I can do whatever I want.
Please don't take it the wrong way. Please don't take it wrong. Keep words away from my mouth. Nothing I say now.
So you can hear that transition is just, it's completely different. And I love the way it ends up when you split it, because it becomes that familiar thing instead of just being a gigantic scene shift, which it never really worked to me, which is why I wanted to make it shorter. If musically it had worked. The other thing is I love the that little laugh. So this is Amina playing, but there's a little laugh from one of the takes, and I love that Mike kept that in. I mean, that's always keep everything that's like that, that's humans in a room if you can.
Bara rétt undan.
I mean, you can hear what a beautiful string quartet it is, but having them just there as people, especially when it was split up, they're the ones that bring it in, because it's just atmospheric stuff fading and then that laugh, you're starting. And you can also hear their reharmonization of it. Their chord structure is different from what the keyboards are doing, and it's beautiful. It's really great. So that's the one I was going to show from that. Mark gone to get a pizza.
I'm
There he
back. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right. Wow. That is the chat's on fire right now. There, yeah, very
like
cool.
literally
Like
on
literally,
fire.
there's a lot of fire emojis. So yeah, yeah.
So okay, so that record came out, and this is when Amy was managing and hooked me up with Skip, so we had real distribution, and he could work on some of the digital promo stuff. And we did everything we could to make this big release. And I had worked on the first Hozier record. I don't remember if it was before or after. It might have been at the same time or something like that. So I'd mixed that record and got them an opening slot on one leg of the US tour with Hozier, which was amazing. And this was what I was talking about before. So instead of playing to 150 people, they're playing to 3,500. And one of the myths about touring is that you make money. That's where the bands make their money. If you're the opening act on an arena tour or a big theater tour, you make nothing. That tour cost me $7,500 or something like that. And they were on it for less than a month, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They played 20 dates or something like that. And Hozier loved them. They did an amazing set. Everything was great. They sold merch. Like I couldn't get them enough vinyl because I had to keep shipping it to gigs and it would show up late and they're chasing stuff. And then they had vinyl in their suitcases and stuff. But, there were the three of them in the band. And I think there might have been someone else with them or maybe not, because the monitor guy for Hozier mixed their front of house because he liked them and would do it. So yeah, but it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing to go to a Hozier gig and have them open and then watch Hozier, who's an amazing performer as well. Some people say Hozier. I've never actually asked him how he pronounces his own last name. I probably should. I'll say Andrew.
If anybody was going to know besides him, it was going to be you.
It's one of those things where it's like I should know, so I can't ask. To be honest, I couldn't pronounce Ryan's last name for years. I never tried. It's like I saw it written down. It's like when you read a word in books for 20 years and realize you've never said it out loud.
Like, I'm not touching that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm bad with names anyway. So, and that cycle worked out well. It was not, it wasn't like, oh, they've made it, but things were on an uptick. And thanks to Samantha and Brooke and then Amy, these are people who knew how to do things, which I just did not know how to do, and to get a release out there, to get reviews and all that kind of stuff. So we did, got some really amazing reviews from people. It's a really special record. I mean, I think that they're all great. I really, really do. If I had to rank them, I think that between that one and record number 5 are, I think, the best sort of in terms of record making. Not necessarily songs or performance or whatever, but those two with the order and the arrangements and just the record making part of it, I feel like maybe they're the best, and possibly Zero's the best one for that. It's a fantastic record. It really is, I think.
Yeah. Speechless coming back on camera after listening to those strings and everything. It's just absolutely beautiful. Okay. Let's move on. Next record.
So next record. Okay. So the next record is Once in a Long, Long While. Fantastic artwork.
Let me
by
mirror you.
Hold on.
There we go.
Yeah. So this is a pencil drawing done by Lilius, who is now the wife of Mike Lindsay. That's how we met. But there's something very special. Oh, and this is the other one. I'm going the wrong way. So this is the other picture that she did. Just absolutely stunning, stunning pictures. And all of the credits are handwritten by her. And her scanner broke. And it was really hard to get high-res versions of these. But, you know, when you blow them up on vinyl, they have to be legible. And so she wrote all of the lyrics by hand. And it just absolutely amazing. I love the artwork on this record. And for the CD, I made a book which cuts out each song. And I figured out, again, this is like I go deep on Photoshop for an hour and then I completely forget how the hell you do it. But each page of the CD booklet has the lyrics for one song, and they're cut out as if they're cut out really badly with scissors. And the paper is slightly burned. And it's a little bit like the insert for the first record. But it's that aesthetic of, it's not like a lo-fi thing, because obviously these records are not lo-fi, and it's not an indie thing. It's one of the things I say about this band Tanariwen that I worked with, just an amazing band, is that the grooves they play sound like they've always been going on since the beginning of time. It's just they start playing them and they do a song, and then they stop playing that one, and then they start playing another one. And that's, low roar records are like a different version of that. It's like they've always existed. The records have always existed, and we excavated them. Ryan pulled them out of the universe and made them happen. And I think it's also just my aesthetic, because I end up left to like assemble the artwork. I have all these amazing things, and all of a sudden it's like, well, we're pressing vinyl. Like, all right, now it has to fit on a template and do something. But yeah, it's almost like, it's like Myst, that game Myst that came out forever ago, has an aesthetic to it of something that you've stumbled upon but has always been there. And I think that's kind of the aesthetic I had for when I put the artwork together. And then the people he had make the artwork. I mean, in a way, this Stuff for Zero is really futuristic, but at the same time, it's very classic, and it's a picture of Ryan. You know, that's what it is. So, yeah, so that's the artwork on that. But session-wise, and you come back on, Mark, I'm not going to show anything big, and I'm probably going to talk for a little while. This is the album when we were all in the same room. The only time. So I stopped by Mike's studio when he had one in the basement of a building in London and things like that. But so the very beginning of this record, Ryan had written some stuff with Laver. He was still playing with those guys. And he'd started some songs, and he and Laver came over to LA. And it was the last session in that studio, my studio, Punkapad West, before I packed up all the gear. I'd already started to pack. There were boxes everywhere. There was no room to walk. But I'd pulled out everything I thought we would need and set it all up. And I think we spent a week or something like that working on this record. Then Ryan went away, and he worked with Mike, and he did all of that. And then my gear, these records would take a long time just because we weren't done. So by the time we got to where the record was almost done, where he and Mike had done everything that they were going to do, my gear had been installed at the studio in Wales, where it was for a few years before that studio closed, called Mono Valley. And so I thought, we have to make this happen. And my deal with the studio was they rented my gear for a nominal amount. But when I booked the studio, I just booked it like any other client. And I booked a week of studio time. So that was like, I'm spending money, and we are going to book a week, and we're going to go into the studio, and we're going to finish this record. And one of the great things about Mono Valley, first of all, it had a huge live room. People who ran it were great. And the engineers who worked there were always amazing. There was always an intern from one of the colleges, and they'd always be really into everything. And the staff engineers were almost always people who had been on the internship. So they knew the place and they loved it. And there was just something amazing about it. Very rural, surrounded by fields and a river. Like, and when you were there, it's where I did the Favez record. Like, there's just nothing else going on. You're making a record. So I asked the guys who were working at the studio to set up absolutely everything. So my modular was still there. So we had that in the control room, and they set up all of my amplifiers, every instrument. We had the upright piano and the grand piano, the B3. They had this pump organ that was like a semitone and a half out of tune. So you could vary speed Pro Tools down the half step, or the not even a half step, like a quarter tone. But then you had to play the song a half step down to be the right notes. Like, but we just had everything set up so anything we thought of, we could do immediately. There was no thought of like, oh, all right, we better go set this up.
Right.
And so the only thing, I think the only thing we set up was on one of the songs. It felt like, I think I've mentioned this before about the first Latin Playboys record that Chad Blake did. And a lot of it was done on a 4-track cassette in Louis' kitchen. So there are a lot of really noisy recordings in a really cool way, but they would come and go. And the way Chad made the record work was to add noise. So he had steady state noisy things, and then the other noisy things can come in and out. So there was one song, I don't even remember which song it was, but there was one song that like, there's something clean about this. Stuff is coming and going. So we just took 2 microphones down to the river and we recorded it, and then we half speeded it. And that's the background of one of the songs. And I think if you listen closely, you'll hear a couple of birds. There's something that are a little bit deep because we pitched it down. But yes, but everything else was just go out in the live room and do this thing. And it was really creative. Having the 3 of us in that room was amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I've got to say, one of the things about Ryan and Mike, especially on that session, is they were really generous with me. Like, I would have an idea, and I'm not a great player of any, like, I'm an okay trumpet player, but I don't practice. I'm not a good bass player. I'm a terrible guitar player. I don't really play drums. I'm not a great percussionist, piano, whatever. And I played every single one of the instruments I just said on this record.
Awesome.
And like, Mike is an amazing bass player. And he would sit there while I worked something out and did it. And I think this was, first of all, that they're amazing people and have a very good amount of patience. But also that it was almost a nod to the fact that I could have showed him like what part I had in my head and he would have played it, but it would have been different. So it was okay that it took me forever to figure out how I was going to do it, because that was going to be the thing I would have done on my own if we were doing the record the way we'd done the previous record. Right. I would have sat, like, I've played bass on every single Low Roar record. There's always been a spot where I'm like, where's the bass? And there isn't one. Like, okay, I hear bass on this. So I would play like the very end of Please Don't Stop Chapter 2 ends with just piano and bass. And it's like Ryan and I get to end the song together.
Yeah.
And it's really exposed, but it like surprised me that Mike hadn't done it, because it's one of those things where it was so obvious to me that bass at the end would be really cool. And Mike's an amazing bass player, but that's not where his sensibility was when he was working on that song. And so anyway, and it was great. And there are times when Ryan and I would be talking about like all the records at once. And I don't know, I wouldn't ask him like, what's your favorite? Because that's ridiculous. But he would say, Once in a Long While is definitely my favorite record. And I'd say, oh, really? Why? I mean, and I think we had the conversation twice because I'd forgotten what he said the first time, which is crazy considering how amazing the answer was. And he'd said, because it was when we were all in the room.
Right.
Nothing to do with the music or the songs or the whatever.
Yeah.
It was the fact that we were all in the room, and the last night when we were sort of done, we all got ridiculously fucking drunk, and we were up till 5 a.m. and there was a jam in the studio and we were playing pool and I could barely see. And Lilius had this amazing, like crazy punk band thing. And I was listening to that, and that was incredible. And yeah, it was just amazing. But musically, it was like that. It was like, this is what, if I could do that all day, every day, that is what I would do. And it had to be on someone else's record. Like, I can't do that on my own.
Right. You've
But
done it a
any
couple
idea,
days. You've had a couple
what's
days like that. You've had a
yeah,
few, but that was a special one.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
just such an amazing week of being able to, like, there'd be times when Brian and Mike would be out in the live room working on something, and I'd be in the control room thinking about something totally different, and then we'd just do both of those things.
Mm.
And yeah, it was just really special. And like, one of the session I've got for that is it was just one of these things where I'm like, oh man, we should do this. And we did it, and we just did 2 takes of it, and it was like fucking awesome. And
Yeah.
there's another thing on the track where, well, I mean, I guess, do we just go to that session now?
Yeah, let's do it. There's people asking about your trumpet and stuff too. And one person asked if you'll talk more about I'll Keep Coming, but we can get back to that.
Yeah, I think we'll go
Yeah.
to I'll Keep Coming after this record, because that's when I'll Keep Coming like did a thing.
Yeah.
So
Great.
we'll get back to that. I'm opening up the session. It's going to take a minute. This one's out of the 5 albums. I mean, there are 3 different sample rates going on.
Hmm.
And the first album was at 44.1 because I couldn't get Ryan to switch the sample rate for GarageBand. You may not even have been able to at that point. It may have been fixed at 44.1.
Like,
And
I
then
guess
for the
it's gonna be
second
44.
record, Mike did it at 88.2. And then from then on, it was 48 because I got Ryan to switch his GarageBand to 48.
Yeah.
All right.
Amazing.
This is almost open, and I'll do the listen to, and I'll remember to click the start streaming.
Pretty
button.
amazing. He stayed on GarageBand the whole time. You know,
Well,
there's a lesson in there.
yeah, he didn't use GarageBand on the second record. Well, he probably did for all the writing demos and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just what he used. Or I mean, on album 5, it was just all on his phone. All the demos he just played into his phone.
Amazing.
Let me just fire up listen to from Audio
Your
Mover.
Screen share when you can.
Yeah. Oh, I will. We're gonna do this 16.
Hugo in the chat says GarageBand still doesn't support 48.
Really?
You got to get the pro version for that. You
Oh.
gotta get Logic.
I wonder what he was recording in, though, because I don't think Ryan ever really learned how to use Logic. Maybe he did. You know, maybe he surprised me. Okay, so I will share my screen. So this is a song called Give Me an Answer, and I'm going to shrink. Hold on, the screen's way too big, so it's probably really super low res. How's that? Is that better?
I think so. Let's find out. Here we go.
Promise it won't take long.
Okay, so one of the things about this entire record is there is more percussion on this record than all the other low roar records combined. I'm a big fan of shakers and tambourines and things like that to kind of help be a motor and also to be a step up. Like, you add a shaker to a beat that's already happened and all of a sudden it's great. And for whatever reason, it just didn't happen. And I don't think I ever did it on my own. I don't know why. I probably should have. Like, that was the point. But we played a lot of percussion on this, and even me, and then obviously had to be looped because I'm not very good. But it was like, okay, we need this feel on stuff. So, like, first of all, this came when we started. This was like the main beat of the song, which is just awesome. So I think this is one of the very first things we did, is to just like get a bunch of percussion and hold it, but use it to hit a drum. And so adding that to the rhythm, just, I don't know, livened it up, whatever. So then another thing, which is the part of the song I just played, is you hear that really loud piano note. So I was playing along with the song. This is what happened a lot, is that someone would be in the control room playing the song, like working on something, and someone else would be out in the live room just with the headphones working out something else to do. So Mike and Ryan were in the control room. I don't know what they were working on, but I was thinking like, oh, I want to put this kind of big piano in the choruses and then a pluck piano in the verses. So this is one of the choruses. And then the verse afterwards.
Make this okay. It's foggy, but what do you want?
So it's to double the bass, but give it this woody thing in the verse, and then in the chorus, it's just doing big sustains, you know. And then the verse. So they were working, and I said, okay, I want to do the mono piano, which is just my technique where I take a 414 on a grand piano, and it's sitting right over the cross in the ironwork. So you're not miking the strings, you're miking the iron, and it just picks up every note really evenly. You get good low end, blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, can we go from the first chorus? But of course, they were working on something else. And like, okay, hold on, we'll put a track and record. And they weren't even paying attention, and they started from the beginning of the song. And I got really, really bored, and I kind of wanted them to stop. So I'll play from the beginning of the song.
I'm taking everyone out for a ride. I promise it won't take long.
So that piano note was me saying that's the wrong verse. I want to go to the next verse. But it was so loud that it kind of made them jump like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, we should definitely do that. So that became a thing just for the intro, and we built that. But the thing I wanted to actually play is that the groove, again, like Tonight, keeps getting more stuff. So the beginning groove is this. I'll just leave the whole track in while I'm doing this. So
I'm taking everyone out for a ride. I promise it won't take long.
right, and then we add the shaker.
I know the time and the space that you need. It's blurry, but I'll get on. It's getting hard to tell day from a day. Just say it and I'll move on. So give me an answer. Give me an answer.
Right, so then in the chorus we had a shaky tambourine and a second shaker, and all the percussion is played live, but I think I did the shaker, and you can see why we only used one bar, because I'm not great at that. Then in the next, okay, this is the thing that was awesome. So I said to Mike, okay, and I don't know where this stuff came from. It's like we were just feeling so creative in the studio. It's like, go do this. So I said, go get the acoustic guitar, but I don't want you to play it. I want you to bang on it to make some percussion, because his groove is always good and it always has lots of eighth notes in it. Like, it's not, I don't know, it's not static. There's a lot going on. And so I put it through the Sans amp, because I'd recorded percussion through the Sans amp before and it kind of goes crazy. So this is like the rack mount silver one, which is like what the plugin that comes with Pro Tools is based on. So I just had him go out and play some percussion to the second chorus. And then whenever you do something like that, you immediately double it so that you can hard pan it. So then we loop it in the chorus, and I think you can hear it. So real quick, here's the first chorus. Okay, I think this is the second chorus. So it adds this totally different groove. Like, it's almost, I don't know, it's swung, but it's leaning backwards. So it's pulling the track slower, but the keyboards are very much in time, which is awesome. So then here's another one where they're quite patient with me. I'm like, okay, well, halfway through that chorus, we have to add something. And I want to do this like really distorted, sustaining bass thing. And they let me play it. I don't know why they would let me do this. So in the second half of this chorus, we added this. So that's a couple of pedals and this modified little Fender amp thing. And the distortion's great. And I'm right in front of it. So we get to the end of that and we get to this great breakdown that they did. And you'll hear they're just bass squeaks. And it's like, again, it just kept rolling because there was another chorus coming up in a little while. And so you just get bored and do stuff. And it turned into my bass solo, which is ridiculous. But I'll play through. You'll also hear that the guitar percussion stops being a loop and gets more creative. Like, there's more stuff going on. It's much busier as well. So I'll play like a little bit of the end of this chorus, which has the sustaining bass, and then through the breakdown, and then back to where the chorus comes back in. So what happens there is we actually pick up a delay on the guitar percussion. Yeah, I think this will play. Yeah, so So, on the face of it, that sounds like that's a really loose, weird groove. But against the sort of machine of the other groove, it just makes it breathe a lot. So that's all I have to say about that song. So I'll stop sharing, and Mark will come in and save me from myself.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So that record, one of the things Amy did, other than introduce me to Skip, is she also, my goal, once I realized I was not going to be a great label, was to progress things, like have a record picked up by a different label. So Novato put out this record, and we actually got the record back last year. Just agreements and blah blah blah, but so they put it out, they put some money behind the advertising and stuff like that. But right around that time, there's a man named Hideo Kojima, who is a fantastic game designer, and he designed some games, and I'm gonna get it wrong. Is it Gears of War? I always get confused because I don't play any of these games. But some of the
His
huge,
original game.
yeah, when he
I
was
have
working
to
for
look.
Sony,
I have to
yeah,
look it up.
when
I'll get back.
so he designed some of the most successful games for PlayStation like ever. And then he went off on his own to start a studio. And of course, video games, they take longer than records and longer than movies. So he did that, and it was big, big, big news. But then, of course, years go by, and he's developing stuff. So there was a record store in Reykjavik called 12 Tonar, and they were huge fans of L'Aurore. And so they were his label in Iceland, and they also sold vinyl there. And they would play the record a lot in the store. I mean, I only went into the store once, and before I'd even met them, it's like, oh, they're playing L'Aurore. And so Hideo went into the store and heard the record. Oh, he did Metal Gear. Okay, so Metal Gear Solid and all those. Thanks, Mark.
Yep.
And he heard the L'Aurore record, Zero, and he's like, oh my God, this music is amazing. This is the music for my video game. And supposedly listened to it almost constantly while developing the game. And then he was going to do the big reveal, like the game exists, and it was going to be the first teaser at E3, which is the big video game conference of the world. And he used I'll Keep Coming for that teaser. And we had no idea what it was for. Like, they would not let us know. We just got an email from Sony saying we would like to license I'll Keep Coming. Like, okay, for what?
Not even an NDA. They just
nothing. No. They absolutely
refused.
I think we found out before the E3 event happened, but like at first they would not tell us a thing. Because I mean, the game was so top secret. If you leak that stuff,
it's out. Yeah,
it can cost you hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. Like, you cannot leak these things. Nobody's allowed to know what's going on. Everything is an event. So they played the trailer for the game. I'll Keep Coming is playing. And I mean, you like the song even without the game. That's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah.
And overnight, everything doubled. Everything. Streaming, sales, everything doubled. And he ended up using, I don't know, 12 songs or something, 12 L'Aurore songs, mostly off of Zero and Once in a Long, Long While. And they're in the game, and you play the game, and you get to a certain point, and the song just starts playing.
Yeah. Have you played the game?
I suck at video games. I played long enough to get to the first song, and I could never make it to the second one.
Yeah. But it's an epic moment when the game, or when the song comes in the game. I mean, it's an emotional, the game design of that too. Like, it's an unbelievable moment in the game when that song comes in. You're just like, I am invested in this game from here on out.
Yeah. And they had stems, so it does react to the environment. If you stay there, the song plays longer. It was amazing, and he was such a fan. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So that doubled all the sales. And that's when it looked like, ooh, we're going to break even finally. Like, that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I think when that happened, that was when Ryan didn't need to have another job. That was my goal
Wow.
from the
Yeah.
very beginning, was I want Ryan to be able to make music for a living.
Yeah.
And, you know, he would have done it anyway. It's not like I made that happen. But, like, if I'm going to put these records out, and that's why I would spend the money doing the vinyl and things, because it was really important to me. Because, I mean, especially when he was driving that forklift, it was demoralizing. Like, he hated it. He hated it so much. And that first record, you could say, oh, it's a reaction to that. And without it, it wouldn't have been the same thing. And,
Mm-hmm.
you know, maybe there would be aspects of it that would be like that. But Ryan is Low Roar and Low Roar is Ryan, and that was always going to happen. It was
Yeah.
always going to happen.
Mm.
So I don't know how much I actually subscribe to it. I mean, I think lots of records are informed by what's going on in people's lives and all the rest of it. But yeah, I just didn't want him to have to do other stuff. And that's why I paid for every tour they went on. You know, I bought him a drum kit because
Mhm.
they needed a drum kit for the tour that Logie was doing. It had to happen. Like, they weren't going to be able to do the stuff that they were going to do unless somebody paid for it, and I'm the label, so just do it. And that it was
Yeah.
fine. And I don't, you know, I don't regret it. I'm not trying to say like I'm a great person because I did it, but it was all to try and make it so that Ryan could just make music.
Yeah. Well, I'm on the other side of that, and I can't say it. And the thing about this that I find incredible is, again, this isn't at a stage in your career where you weren't busy, you know, or one where you weren't being sought out by artists to produce your records. You know, there's something. The thing that I love personally about this story, to interject all this, but is that you found Ryan and his music, his personality, all of that spoke to you in a way that you personally invested your time and money and talents toward making that thing happen. So there is a big portion of this that, like, you know, not that there wouldn't have been somebody else to help along the way or whatever, you can say all of that, but there is something very special about the fact that you did that in your career. So
Well, and
it's,
I think it's also like when I heard it, the ability for me to be a part of it, like that's the selfish side of it.
mhm,
Like I wanted to be. There's a there's a thing with me where when I've worked on a record, I'm allowed to feel proud of it.
mhm,
You know, I've never made my own record, and I never will unless it's some crazy modular thing. There is actually something I'm hoping to put out that I did a while ago, but anyway, that's another story.
whoa, whoa,
Um,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
no,
whoa.
no, no,
All right,
no.
all right,
You
all
can
right.
write that down, and we'll talk about it later.
Chat room, help me out.
Yeah. So come on, we're 3 hours in, and we got
Yeah,
two
yeah.
more
Go
records to
ahead, go
go.
ahead.
Um, but it's the ability for not to take credit for it, but when someone says that's a great record, I can feel like I had something to do with it. I mean, I said before that Ryan would have made the records without anybody, and it's absolutely true, but they would have been different records.
Mhm.
And I feel like these versions of the records, both Mike and me, and then everyone else who played on the records along the way, made them what they are. And I can take some credit for that, which is amazing. And that's like every record I've made that I love. I love that I can actually feel like, yes, I had something to do with that. But then to add the personal side of it and just the career development side, not like I managed his career, but in the making it his career
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
And the last, several years, all he did was make music. That's it.
yeah.
That's it. And that's amazing. And so I'll Keep Coming being used on that trailer was the big step to where we could see like, ooh, that can be a thing. Because it wasn't just that more people were listening, but it also turned into more licenses and people wanted to use the music and people were
Yep.
starting to see it. Because like we felt from the very beginning, like, oh my God, this is a slam dunk for film and TV licenses. Never was. I think it was too sad and it was not pop enough in a way. Like it's difficult stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So as cinematic as it always felt to us and beautiful, it was, maybe it's also distracting. Like it's not background stuff as much as it feels like it could be. It's ambient. It's not.
That is the thing in Death Stranding specifically. Like when that song comes on, it doesn't pull you out of the game, but it is definitely the moment. Like that, the music is the star of the show at that moment. And I think in the game, if I'm remembering correctly, it's during a portion where you have like a long travel sequence or something like that. I mean, you're very much supposed to be listening to the music as you traverse this like beautiful scenery.
Well,
You know.
and from what I remember, it's the first time you get a long view of the terrain.
Yes. Yep.
You've been
Yeah.
coming out of that weird city where you can't do anything because you don't know how to play the game.
Especially, if
But
you
you
suck,
go
yeah.
up a hill and you look over this hill, and it's the very first time you kind of get an idea of the scope of this gigantic universe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a moment that like it just the tie-in of the video game art form with that piece of music is definitely like that should be like a historical moment in gaming, you know, for me. I played a few video games, Andrew.
All right.
It's a good one. It goes on my list.
You know, we're talking, even by the time we got to the Wii, I couldn't complete the Mario games.
Right.
Oh well.
Yeah. Very cool.
All right.
Okay, to keep it moving, where do we go?
So moving on, the next record is Ross, which this is the way Ryan was about stuff. It's ridiculous. So this is a pressing of Ross with the reverse artwork. So it's a picture of Margate where Mike Lindsay moved out when he moved out of London. And it's where he and Ryan worked on a lot of stuff. And there was a guy who played sax, and he came to play on the record, and his name was Ross. And Ryan said, "I'm going to name the record after you." And Ross said, "No, you're not." And that's all you need to say to Ryan, and he's going to do it. And so he named the record Ross. That's why there's a dude named Ross. And so he's on it. And so this is the reverse artwork. So I think this might be the second pressing or third pressing. And hold on, I'm going to open it just because
do I need to mirror your camera to show that correctly? You're saying reverse artwork. Am I unreversing it by doing?
No. The colors are reversed.
Gotcha.
On the original cover, it's a beautiful daytime photograph of the port. But on the so on this one, reversed the colors and then tweaked it a little bit. All right, hold on. Let me. I'm just opening up the record. Okay, so what's this one? This is reverse art. Oh, I love this vinyl. This is the Golden Nugget. This is awesome. This looks really good. And reversed artwork on the labels too, which works really well. And again, this was like, okay, what are we going to put on the artwork? Well, I'm going to zoom in on the pictures. And I love this one because it's these three ladies in the water bathing. And I think this was taken kind of turn of the 20th century or something like that. So anyway, and I believe there's an insert in this one. We've done so much artwork. So this is the only single album. Zero is the only one that's a full double album. The others are three-sided. And this is the only one that fit on a single one. And then, this is just that other picture. It's 4 people in the surf. Sorry. And then really simple lyrics. So this one doesn't say Low Roar by, but it's all instruments played by, the 3 of us. And then some additional musicians, including Ross Blake, who is the Ross of Ross. Which it's just so funny to me. But then it couldn't be just his name. It had to be all lowercase, and there has to be a period after it. Like, okay. Oh, and I also want to point out here, the logo, the Tonequake, God damn it. The Tonequake logo, right there, designed by my nephew.
Huh.
Way back in the day. So, anyway, nephew Luke Sanders. Brilliant guy. He can ride a unicycle. He can do anything, that guy. In fact, for Pedestrian, I forgot about this. So Pedestrian, they hadn't picked the logo, and we were working on the EP, and then we went over to England to visit the family. And Luke was about to go to university, or he'd been to 1 year of university, and he was doing like graphic design in a very art way, not just in a like a product design way. And he was home, and one of the logos we were thinking of for the pedestrian record was a recycling bin, like the blue bins you have in LA that are for recycling. But you've got that kind of triangle made of 3 arrows that was the sign for recycling, because the stuff's going around in a circle. And Luke convinced some local dude with a plane to take him up so he could take pictures of where he had gone into a field and crushed the grain in this logo. And he got aerial photos of the logo. But by the time he sent them to me, like, oh, dude, they're not using that logo. But it was amazing that he actually did that. So you can come back on, Mark, and I'm going to open up a session here.
Awesome.
Yeah. So that's a little aside. Little really ties the room together.
Some good
So
comments
Ross,
in the chat.
What's that?
Good comments in the chat. Hugo says Iceland makes anything look cinematic.
Yeah. The remixed artwork on the first record, which you couldn't really see, the backgrounds I made using photographs of Iceland through like 20 Photoshop filters.
Mm.
So that's what it is. It's just because it
We
was
have,
made in Iceland.
Another good comment in here. Sorry, different topic, but they were talking of oh gosh, the name. I'm sorry, the designer Hideo
Kojima.
Kojima. Yeah, so they say he's the Andrew Scheps of video games.
I am not the Hideo Kojima of anything. That's
nice.
Just not it.
They're starting hashtag Tonequake in the chat as well.
Nice. So Ross, is the making of it was actually really straight ahead. Ryan again wrote songs, and we'd send them back and forth and things, and then he went to Margate, to where Mike was, and he hung out with him, and they did a lot of recording, did a lot of amazing stuff. And then the record was sent to me, and I did what I did. And to be fair, like, I'm talking about the stuff that I did on a lot of these songs, but there's songs on the records where all I did was mix them. It's not like I always found things to do, but I never went looking for anything to do either. It would only be that thing of, you want to mix it and you're trying to push up the fader for something that isn't there. Or in Ryan's case, and what I have for, no, it isn't. Like, there's a song, the first song on the 5th record, where the outro it's just really long. Or like Tonight, it's really long. So how do I make it that it sounds like it's supposed to be that long, or even that it could be longer? And that's what I'm always looking for. And there's a section of this song which is like that, but it's more like it's hinting at being absolutely gigantic, but it wasn't gigantic. And how can I do that? And if I was mixing someone else's record, I would have just found a way with parallel compression or whatever. But that's not what I do on the Low Roar records. It's just not the same mindset. So I got to listen to in 1 second. And these are the sounds you make.
Yes.
These are the sounds I make.
Yeah, we'll have to sample that later.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a song called "I'll Make You Feel," and this is it's a classic Ryan thing where it just grows and grows and grows and grows, and then has this payoff that then sort of explodes into the ether, and then the song winds itself down and it ends. So
share the screen for me. And we'll
right, that. So I'm trying to figure out like how much to play, because I am also aware of the time. Like we're 3 hours in, but I suppose we're on record 4. Then there's an EP, and then there's record 5, and then we can do some Q&A. I apologize in advance. I don't want to do Q&A tonight that's like about stuff that we're not talking about, because this is going to get even more difficult the longer we go on. So I don't want to talk about like, vocal compressors or how would you record this. So
Yeah.
obviously we're going to have to do a part 5.
Oh
And
yeah,
probably
that was
6.
known going into this that was going to happen anyway. There's so many other records.
So we can
to
get
talk about.
we can definitely get back to normal Q&A after that. But I just ask the guys posting questions, and girls, if they're here, I'll answer anything that I can about Low Roar, and I'll answer anything that's sort of relevant to the more sort of production-y side or whatever. But yeah, I don't want to do just straight up recording questions. That's like, you want to know how I think about mixing in headphones. Like,
great.
Just
Cool.
the fact that
All
I mixed these records in headphones doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. You
So I
show
just
the song. I'm going to go write my questions.
Yeah.
About vocal compression. See ya.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So this is a song called "I'll Make You Feel." Very few people have heard Ross for some reason. I think it's the least popular in terms of streaming and sales and stuff. It's a great record. It really is. I mean, they're all great, and they're all really different, which is what I love. I think, Ryan's songwriting just evolves, but all of our production evolved as well as we were going. Now this is Once in a Long, Long While has a lot of piano, but that's when Ryan sort of started playing piano a lot. And his piano playing is always naive in a way. And I don't know why, because he's actually a really good piano player. And it's not like, oh, he learned to play while we were doing one of the records. But he moved from writing on guitar to writing on piano. So Ross is really the first record, which I think may be more piano based than guitar based. I don't remember for sure, but maybe tomorrow, the 5th record, is absolutely, like, there was one song I was hammering on him for months to play a strumming rhythm guitar, because he's an amazing rhythm guitar player. His acoustic strumming at slow tempos is just heartbreaking. There's something about his rhythm that is just unbelievable. Couldn't get him to do it. Mike ended up doing it. Mike's a great guitar player too. But anyway, so I'll Make You Feel. This is a slow burn, and it builds. I don't know how much to play, because I don't want to take up like hours just doing this. It's searching for the old mix, which we don't need to do. Let me cancel this so it shuts up. Okay. It's a beautiful song. I'm going to play. I'll play I'm going to play the vocal into where we start building. No, I'll play the second verse. All right, second verse. Everybody should just go listen to this record. It's great, and this song is kind of amazing. So second verse, as we start to plow into where it gets bigger.
Let me in close. I'm playing my cards. I'm making my way into your heart. I'll burn your
Okay, I'm just going to stop there for a second because there are two things I want to point out that are just astounding to me. First of all, that lyric, without thinking twice, which is just a standard phrase that people say all the time, but to follow that with without thinking once, just, I don't know. There's something magical and so heartbreaking about that. It's almost like you need to go back and re-listen to the lyrics and like, wait, what's he talking about? Uh, yeah, I just think that's amazing. And then I want to find this one synth sound. I'm pretty sure Mike did this himself, but Ryan might have been involved. It's that crazy here. It's the Nord modular thing with the portamento. I just love this sound. I mean, it's like the Dolby sound, but this just thing fighting through, especially when there's all this other wonky stuff, is amazing. Um, I don't want this to be too much of a what I did sort of thing, but I think what I want to do is I'll play you this build sort of through the climax without the stuff I added. And you hear it's great and the arrangement's great and stuff very good at sort of introducing instruments. And then we'll go back. I'll just show you a little bit of what I did and then I'll play the same chunk again. It's a little bit of a long chunk, but there you go. So you can hear beautiful build and then it just sort of empties out. I'm scrolling around because I'm looking, where are the fireworks? The fireworks are actually the very last addition to this song. And Mike's always said like, man, I'm not so sure about those fireworks. Oh, they're here. They're here. Yeah, so the fireworks are the payoff. And it's this thing where I made it so huge that Ryan just said, yeah, we should have some fireworks in there. Like, okay, I'm going to do it. And I worked on editing them and finding the right samples forever. Yeah, it took me almost as long as everything else. So you can hear it kind of, I don't know, it's beautiful exactly the way it is. But to me, it feels like it goes on a little bit long for what's there. Everything that's there is great. But your first instinct would be, well, let me chop that section in half once it gets big. you learn not to do that. So instead, I did, again, I hate this, like, I know what I did, but that's all I can do. And, everybody else did more than me, but that's okay. So there's a brass arrangement. And that turns into some other stuff. So not so much an arrangement as much as like loud French horns. And then I'm just going to go in the order that the things come in. So, this actually, I worked on this for a really long time, and it's kind of weird if you hear it out of context. So this is pulsing strings, but they go from, I think, 2 per quarter note to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7. They just keep speeding up. So it's this weird undercurrent of rhythm, but they're not trying to be, they're in time, but they're not trying to have anything to do with the rhythm of the song. So they keep getting out of time as they speed up and then fall back into time as they get into a multiple of 2. So that's these. So that's my Philip Glass, I suppose. Then you get some organ, because you gotta have organ. And then you get the choir. You got to have your mellotron choir, and then a little bit more rhythm that'll fade in right up until where it peaks. So I think I made that sample out of like a little tiny chunk of a, is it called K-Check? It's a gamelan ensemble that has a lot of wood percussion, as well as the metal gamelan itself. And then, of course, the fireworks, which, Ryan wanted fireworks. It took me forever to find ones with the whistle. I don't know why. I mean, that's like a huge part of fireworks. So anyway, I'm going to play that whole section again with this stuff in, just because I can. So it's all just in service of what was already there. But I think it just gives a little bit of a different context to it. But it also, one of the things I love about making it that big is that the release is just, it's like you jump off a cliff with a paraglider, whatever the hell you do, where it's just from this chaos into almost just flying. And I love that. So the bigger it is, the bigger the contrast is as well. So you get this ramp that's just ratcheting, ratcheting, ratcheting. And still the stars of the show are Mike's arpeggios that start going nuts and go up an octave and all the rest of it. But it just gives you this weight that then when you lose it, you're really floating. So whatever, that's that song. But yeah, Ross, a very underserved record for some reason. I don't know why. Probably because it was back on my label. I don't know. I screwed it up. Hi, Mark.
Another thing that's underserved is that Wolves track that was on the screen a second ago. I'm going to need you to share your screen again and show us the Wolves.
Yeah, that it's amazing. I mean, and I bet like this was sort of like him telling me I want fireworks. It's like, well, but why are there wolves? Like, really? Wolves? Okay. Um, and it's great. You hear them. You absolutely hear them in the back of the track, especially now that I played it. If you go, listen to the record,
it also,
you'll hear it.
You
and
hear the
it
panning
just,
on it too.
yeah. Mike loves auto panners. It's great. It's great. So
Yeah.
there'd be like 8 or 9 things auto panning, all at slightly different rates, and yeah.
So fun. Okay, let's see. I'm hearing the echo back a little bit.
Are you? You need me to
Speakers maybe
turn my mic down a little? Is it me or is it you?
Who knows?
I mean, I could turn down a little bit. I don't know.
Okay, so what would you like to do next?
Well, so we finished that record, and every record, Ryan would then try and do shows. He'd want to tour, and he'd gotten to the point where he could sell 250 tickets in any city in the world. He could just show up anywhere, and at least 250 people would buy a ticket. And there's some places like Mexico. They loved him in Mexico. He'd done some tracking for Once in a Long, Long While in Mexico, played a bunch of shows there, loved him there. Russia was a place where his stuff got streamed a lot. There were these weird pockets where he was even more popular, but he had hardcore fans kind of anywhere. So he would organize these tours and just, try to make them where financially he would come home with a bit of money. But then after Ross, the lockdown happened. And so he had to cancel a tour, and then it was rebooked, and then he had to cancel again. And for the first 8 months or so, it was really stressing him out. He's like, I put this record out, and maybe this is part of why, it didn't do as well. But he's like, I got to play these shows, and he's letting people down, and like that bothered him. But also, he loved playing shows. He loved the feedback. I don't know how much of it was insecurity, but a lot of artists need that, like, well, does anyone actually like it? And until you're there in person, you don't believe it. Doesn't matter how many people listen to it or whatever. You just feel like, oh, nobody likes my stuff, or it's not good. And I mean, I don't think he ever doubted the records like that, the music, but it was something he really wanted, was the feedback. And then about, I don't know, a year into the pandemic, he just relaxed. And it was definitely a time where the money was coming in enough where he could relax. He didn't need to play shows to make a little extra money, because when you're playing your own club shows, you do make a little bit of money. And he just totally relaxed into it. But he was in Poland at the time and was just like, I don't know what to do. So he wrote another EP. Like, I wrote some more songs. And these were all acoustic guitar songs. He'd gone back to the acoustic and he was writing songs. The setting was more like the first album in a way, where there's some very organic songs on there, as well as some crazy stuff. But, and he's like, okay, we're going to put out an EP. And it's called Inure, which, I think fewer people have heard that than have heard Ross. It's beautiful. It's great. And so basically there are 3 songs, and then there is this sort of orchestral intro, which Anton Patzner, who was one of the string players on the very first record, did the string arrangement and sent him the stuff. And it's really nice and it's beautiful, and he played all the stuff. But again, it was like, this is really long. What are we going to do with this? And it's great musically. There's nothing wrong with it. But I'm like, I can't figure out how is this going to work, because the other 3 tracks for the EP were very structured songs. They're songs. Mm-hmm. And this was not like that. But it was too long to just be an intro to one of the songs. So, I mean, I don't know where this stuff comes from. I started thinking about a song off of one of Pink Floyd's very first records, Adam Heart Mother, the one with the cow on the front, that a lot of Pink Floyd fans don't know exists if they're younger. A lot of them start with The Wall, and then they work their way backwards to, you know, the huge, like, Dark Side of the Moon and Wish You Were Here. And there's a song on there called Alan's Psychedelic Breakfast. And it's mostly a dude, presumably named Alan, making breakfast. And I thought, that's exactly what this track needs to be. Like, why? I don't know, but that's exactly what this needs to be. So I think I can skip all that. Yep. And we put a listen to on here. I'm trying to go a little bit faster because this is taking absolutely forever. And story-wise, what's that?
Everybody's still here.
Really?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Wow. That's kind of insane. Thank you to all the people who are still here, even though I told you I'm not going to answer the kinds of questions you probably want me to answer, because I'm mean and horrible.
Everybody's into this. This is great.
So this one,
share when you get a second.
Yeah, I will. I'm just trying to open up. Oh, okay. Yeah, I better share the whole. I don't want to share the screen because it's going to be the wrong. I wonder if you can share the whole app. Probably not. I may have to share the whole screen, which means the resolution is not going to be great.
I'll try and zoom if I have to on there. So.
Yeah, I can only do a Chrome tab, a window, or entire screen. So, well, I don't need to show the plugins. It doesn't really matter. So I'll show the edit window. But basically, I just cut together a bunch of sound effects of making breakfast, which, you know, that took me a long time to find. And I recorded some of them myself. Like, okay, I'll just do that. Is this better like that?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. So, and then the strings all go through a, you can see these plugins here. It goes through a speakerphone and then through a filter on an omnichannel, and they're both automating. And so what I decided to do is like, okay, this is going to be somebody who is listening to the radio in their kitchen while they make breakfast. And then it will morph into the whole song because there are all these saxes that come in, and Mike did a lot of really cool synth stuff in the middle. So by then I want it to be the song, but I want it to be just this weird breakfast thing before and after. So I don't even know where to start. I'll start from, well, I'm just going to play the whole thing until we get to where it opens up, right? That's what to do. So that's what we'll do. and so it just grows and becomes beautiful again, and then you're back in the kitchen at the end. And he switches the radio off. And even within that, so I did the whole like making breakfast radio thing because I felt like it was just too long to hold your interest. As cool as all the stuff was, it just didn't, I don't know. But then even within that, I felt like, well, the thing I created now is moving a little slowly, but I don't want to make it short because then you lose the sort of idea of it. And then it just like, I don't know, there's other stuff in there. So there's that. There are these wind chimes that I slowed down an octave, and wind chimes are kind of a recurring theme, especially in the next record. So the wind chimes began to be the thing that was like the little thing that would break up the long sections of making the breakfast, and then they sort of make their appearance in the middle. And anyway, that's that one. So that's the Inure EP, which I really wish people heard because there's some beautiful songs. The 3 songs on there are amazing, really, really great. Yeah, so that's that one. And I think that's where Ryan really settled into, like, I don't know, just being comfortable with himself, not needing to go on the road as much, and just like loving making music. And that was that.
Hmm. Yeah, amazing. I can't imagine how incredible those shows must have sounded, you know, in a good
Well,
venue and all that stuff.
yeah, I mean, like when he was opening for Hosier, it was the 3 of them, and there were lots of, I would give them samples and stuff from the beats or what I'd done, and they were triggering stuff, which was amazing. But the tour for Once in a Long, Long While, he started doing solo shows, and it was just him, piano or
Wow.
guitar, depending on whatever the hell he felt like playing on a particular song. And I never got to see one. He did that tour, and like he was playing France when I was home, and then I had to go to France to do a seminar, and he'd be playing England, and like it just never worked
Lined
out.
up, yeah. I think I've seen YouTube videos of those shows out there. So there's, some phone
Yeah,
recordings of it, but it doesn't matter if it's a phone recording because it's him and the
yeah,
songs are just
yeah,
that.
exactly,
So, yeah.
exactly. Just so, and that's when, if I think that I was an integral part, like, yeah, I helped make the records what they are, but
Hmm.
it's Ryan. Like it
Yeah.
was always
Yeah.
Ryan, always will be.
Yeah.
So
Amazing. There's a lot of really lovely comments in the chat here. Yeah. Uh, Burukan says there's so little info about Ryan and it's so heartbreaking. I wish there was more stuff like this. This is so good and emotional for most of us, I guess. And thank you. Yeah.
that's great.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
I mean,
Yeah.
and it's the personal stuff like that's either I don't know or it's not for me to say, but certainly the musical journey and how important it was to him, I think, is the big deal. And I think the fact that he says Once in a Long, Long While was his favorite because we were all in a room just says so much about him. It's about the
Absolutely.
process and being able to connect while making the music. I mean, that was the point for him.
Hmm. Yeah. Absolutely. Do you want to do some Q&A now, or you got
We got
another
another
show?
record to talk
Yeah.
about.
All right.
There's a whole nother record. So Ryan moved to Sweden, and he, yeah, I don't even know how much to say. Like there's a guy, Richard Lindstrom, who had a studio in the town where he ended up, and he was with Emma, uh, amazing, amazing person, and she did the artwork for the 5th record, which I'll show you in a second. Um, And he would just go to Richard's studio and they would work on the songs. But this was another one where he would send me stuff and send me stuff. But a lot of times, for whatever reason, he wouldn't even send me stuff. He'd just call and play it on piano and sing. And like, we'd work on stuff like, wait, do you have the lyrics written down? Like, well, I got some of them. And he'd like take a picture and text it to me and we'd work on that. Or, you know, chord progressions or arrangements, like the usual stuff that we always did. But this record, more than most, he just like forgot everything and he'd go in and record the songs, and all the vocal treatments generally would be him, and a lot of the weirder synth stuff. And then, you know, Mike did his thing and then I did my thing. And again, it's just always this progression. It doesn't like now it has to go back around or anything like that. And the song I was going to do is actually like a really good example of how Mike and I would hear songs a totally different way, but then they would work together. And the reason that it would come up is because I would always have heard the song in its simplest form. Always would have heard it just piano and vocal or guitar and vocal. And in my head, I'd have this version of where it was going to end up. And I would hear the version that Ryan did before it went to Mike. And like, it would be heading in a direction. I would hear that. And Mike hears it just a totally different way. And like, it would be so amazing and surprising to hear where the stuff was going. But there would also be things like, wait, hold on a second. I thought it was going to be this. Mm-hmm. And so that's where a lot of the stuff that I would do was either hinted at or was a sort of a reaction to, like, well, how do I make this the thing I was hearing too? But it was never like, oh, I got to get rid of Mike's stuff. Like, that isn't going to happen. I mean, every once in a while there'd be like, well, what if that came in 8 bars later, you know, something like that. But it was never like, well, I hate that. Right. So, okay. So I must have this the wrong way around. No, I think Inure was during lockdown, but right before lockdown. So Chad Blake and I would do these We're Thirsty events where we would just say, hey, we're going to be at this pub, show up. We expected like 3 people to show up. The first one we did, there were actually people who flew in from Germany to come to the pub for like 3 hours.
Right.
It was insane. So we did one, and I convinced Mike and Lilius to come. And I said, look, you just stay with us the night after, and then you can go home the next day. And it was February 29th, 2020. And so we did it, and it was really fun. And then Mike and Lilius came, and they were staying at the house with us. And Mike went out to have a cigarette, and we have this little courtyard, and it has some wind chimes in it. And the wind was going, and so he took this video on his phone of the wind chimes. And it's great because he's just showing the wind chimes. It's at night, but there are lights in the courtyard. And then he's like swings the phone around and he's looking through the window into the kitchen, and there's Debbie and Lilius, and I'm hanging out being stupid or whatever. And then he swings it around and Mole, our cat, like jumps up on something. He's showing that. But all the time these wind chimes are going. And there are these beautiful wind chimes that my mom got me like forever ago. And that is the wind chimes that begin and end the 5th record.
Wow.
And obviously a couple weeks later it was lockdown and like no one left their houses and stuff like that. But those wind chimes are, like I said, the octave down vocal was a character on the second record. The wind chimes are that on the 5th record. And in a way, and certainly, you know, talking to Ryan's family in the last year and things like that, it's like the wind chimes are Ryan.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Whatever the hell that means. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it means. Yeah, but the audio from that, not only is it on lots of the songs, it's on the vinyl, I think. Hold on. I need to look. I don't remember now exactly what's on the vinyl and what's on the digital release. It may be just on the digital release. Yeah. So just on the digital release, there's a song called Clareland, which is the name of my house, which is weird. And it is just the wind chimes. So that song, so to speak, that comes at the end of the record is the entire, it may not be the entire thing because the video is quite long, but it's a huge chunk just of the wind chimes. And that's what that is. So I'll show you the artwork. It's just phenomenal. So this is a piece of the paintings that Emma did. And they are sort of fluid art, but they're multimedia. And she paints them with them laying down and just pours stuff on them and then tips. And Ryan helped do the larger painting, which is the inside artwork, because the canvas is just absolutely gigantic. And so this artwork is absolutely amazing. And it's why we decided we don't want any credits here. So that's why there's an insert. So we just have the artwork. And so it says Low Roar on the front. And it's the first time that we didn't use the font, except for once in a long, long while, which was handwritten. So this is the first time we're not using the Low Roar font. But then also in the corner of the back, if you look in the upper corner, it's going to be hard to see on here. But you see there are like two lines of bumps. The album is called Maybe Tomorrow. And it's not actually embossed. But again, I watched YouTube videos on how to make something look embossed. And that's the braille for Maybe Tomorrow. They're just Easter eggs everywhere on these records, because we could. And like that, we didn't want to put the title of the record because we just didn't want to. It's on the spine. But we wanted the artwork to be as uninterrupted as we could. So we found the one spot on the front cover where there wasn't much going on in the painting. Like, okay, we can put the name here. We wanted to have it just so people who were flipping through records would say, ooh, it's Low Roar, or I've never heard of Low Roar, but I like this artwork. And then we never found any place to put the album title. So I don't know. I just came up. No, sorry. It's not the Braille version. I am sorry. It's not. It is the, oh, come on. My brain is saying semaphore, but that's with flags. It's not that. It's, the telegraph alphabet.
Morse code?
Morse code. It's the Morse code. It's dit, dit, da, da, So I'm sorry. I'm so lost in this. There's so much to think about. So yeah, it's the Morse code for Maybe Tomorrow. So if you look at the back cover and get yourself a telegraph and send that to somebody, they'll say, all right, I guess I'll wait because it's not going to happen today. It'll be tomorrow. And then this, I think, is the second pressing of the record. So yeah, this is this might be the first pressing. So it's the transparent blue, but a totally different blue. This is the darker blue. And I'll know if this is the first pressing or not when I get the second vinyl out. Yeah, so this is the first pressing, and it's Coke bottle green for the second one. And again, just close-ups of bits of the paintings for the markers. And then there's an insert. I don't know that Ryan really ever wanted to include the lyrics, but I kind of insisted on a lot of these because I just thought they were so great. They really are. His turn of phrase, without asking twice, without asking once. There's so many moments like that in his lyrics. And I'm not a lyric person at all. I would work with him on lyrics because we would be working on the song. But for me, it was only if it bothered me. Like, that's when I would work on lyrics. I'm just looking for the insert. So this one, yeah, we just washed out the artwork and then put the credits on. And, this is another one where just Low Roar is. And to me, that it's such an honor to have it say that. It's sort of amazing. And I just saw there's a typo. That's not good. There's a capital I where it should be a lowercase. So vinyl looks like vinyl. But there you go. So, fifth record, Ryan wrote almost all of this on piano. In fact, I would say he wrote all of it. I don't know that I ever heard a guitar version of these songs, and he played very little guitar on this record, which, it's fine. It's a great record, but he's such a good guitar player that I kept trying to say, like, hey, man, just write one song on guitar. you should do that. And like, yeah, telling him to do something was the most obvious way to get him not to do it. And not to be ornery or difficult, just like, well, I don't know. You said that out loud. I don't want to do it now. So I'm opening up the next session, which is a song off that record called Hummingbird. And the reason I'm opening it is this is one where Mike heard the groove a certain way and I heard the groove a totally different way. And of course, I'd heard it in my head for months. And then I got the version that Mike had worked on, like, oh, hold on a second. This is totally different. Like, what is this? And so I wanted to find a way to sort of not impose the other groove on, but like, how do we do it? And then there's another thing on this song as well, which I wanted to show. So let me just get the listen to going and then I'll share my screen. This is one of the things where Ryan's like, you got to send me something. Like, it's not done. You got to send it to me. I don't want to send it. And so I sent it. And this was the one where it's like, yeah, I don't think that's done. Like, well, I already told you that. Okay. So we'll get listen to going here. And that, and that, and that. And now I will share my screen. And I will share Pro Tools edit window. Okay, so Hummingbird. So the two things I wanted to show you, one I can do before there are any drums at all on this song. So on this song, there's sort of holes that happen. Apparently I'm sliding around. That's kind of cool. So I'm going to play you going into the first verse. Well, not a lot happens there. I'm going to go to the second verse, the little reintro, and then the second verse.
Hesitant captain, it's too late to turn back around. The party, it's waiting. Leaving this is such a beautiful sound. And I feel when I feel.
So there are these weird little answer synth things. It's such an odd sound too. And they're just sporadic. They're never the same. And so this is like one of my sort of Ryan moments where as soon as I heard the song, even when it was just the piano vocal demo, like there should be some sort of weird answer to this, to the vocal, because there are these big gaps between the lines, but you don't want an instrument to do stuff. So it had to be just something. And so it's like there's a whole story with the album, which is very loose, but basically there's a character, David, which is like this alien that visits Ryan. And so it's like, well, this is David talking, but it isn't David talking. It's just some unspoken thing that is being done by someone listening to Ryan's vocal or something like that. Not to mention the fact that in that verse, you can hear what an unbelievable singer he is. His phrasing and his control over the dynamics is just crazy. So I did this, and I knew as soon as I started that I was going to use the Nova chord synth. It's samples, but it's of this weird Nova chord keyboard. And I've had the instrument forever, and like, okay, I'm going to use that. And it worked. And I found a sound and I just did it. And I thought, this is really weird. Ryan's not going to be into that. And he said, oh man, I was going to ask you to do something like that. Yeah, I wanted this like weird answer thing to the vocal. I'm like, what? It's insane. And that's the way these records were. That's exactly the way they were. I do something that I think is completely weird and everyone's going to hate it, but I couldn't get it out of my head. And then it turns out like Ryan was going to ask me to do it. Like, okay. So then we get up to where the drums come in, and these are the drums that Mike put. And so we're coming up into the third verse and before the bass comes in. So I'm going to play this.
I don't feel it's not around. So I leave him tomorrow. Don't cry for me, I'm the talk of the town. And don't worry, mother, I blow kisses to you when the sun's going down. Tell Dad I'm alright, I'll see him around. Maybe tomorrow.
So you can hear it's this boom, 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 ga, da, da, boom. That is not how I heard the beat. And I was like, wait, what? What's going on? Because I heard the beat like this. Not necessarily with those pitch down drums like that, but it became this thing that I just, okay, I can't just have that triplet groove because there was something that was less, I don't know, it was like it was happier or something like that. And that's where our aesthetics are just different. Like I like things not happy, and Mike is such an up guy, and his sense of rhythm is very groovy and it's awesome. But so I thought, well, I'm going to sort of impose my will on this without being stupid. And this is one where I did this, but I had it coming in early because like I didn't want the triplet thing to be established too much. And they're like, no, you're killing it. This little filter sweep until the drums come in, that has to be there. And I listened back like, oh, you're absolutely right. I'm stepping on this. Because I was almost trying to replace it without getting rid of it. And that was completely the wrong thing to do. So I'm going to leave this out for a second, and I'll play this transition into the instrumental.
Maybe tomorrow.
So I'm going to play that same thing, and you'll hear it really just sounds like a little bit of sort of percussion and a cymbal underneath. You don't hear that the groove is different.
Maybe tomorrow.
So it's just this undercurrent, and it's sort of just some extra stuff. But then at the end of the song, the beat that that Mike did goes away, and this beat takes over. And there's this one spot where it just completely changes groove, and it does it in exactly the same spot for me every time. So I'll just play as his starts to filter out, and then you'll hear this other one take over. So I don't know. It's kind of the really obvious example of what we did, because they didn't want me to step on the groove as it was establishing itself for what it would be. But no one ever said anything about the fact that I'm now ending the song with a totally different groove, with pitched down drums I'd made from some weird samples and a loop. And, you know, and that's the way these records went. So, yeah. So this record came out, and I don't remember exactly when. It doesn't really matter. And then still couldn't tour. And Ryan booked another tour that he was going to go out, and it was going to be solo shows. And he started working on these amazing, like, transfers to acrylic of some of the artwork that could be lit up, that would be on the stage. Like, his solo show before was sort of like low street lights that were on the stage. And this was going to be the same sort of thing, but with stuff made from the artwork that Emmett helped him put together. And yeah, but then he couldn't tour, and again, canceled twice. A lot of people really upset, obviously. And because the second time he canceled, technically he could have done the shows, but he just didn't feel safe going to do them. And so he didn't. And it was fine. And I think he was also really, really happy being where he was. He was in Sweden, he was with Emma, and he was just loving what he was doing. And he almost immediately started writing record number 6. And I have a feeling, I don't remember exactly, but I think he was sending me songs before Maybe Tomorrow was even done. Yeah, he was very prolific at that point. And for a while, he was trying to write a song a day. He would just wake up and he'd go to the piano and he would do something. And it might be just a chord progression, or it might be that he ended up working on something he'd already done, but he wanted to be at the piano doing something creative every single day. And that's what he did. So this record came out, and again, not as successful as it should be. I really do think, in terms of like the record making, this one and Zero are sort of the top of that, but they're all amazing. There's some production stuff on this record, though, from everybody that I think is just phenomenal. And Ryan, he just would tell me to do stuff. He's like, "Oh, you should sing that background vocal." Like, I have never sung on anything in my life. And so I did it. It was like a low part. I could do it. I did that. I play harmonium on almost every single record. I play bass on almost every single record. I use the modular on every single record. There's a whole sort of character that is the modular, this very high squeaky thing. And just like with all of the records, there'd be this sort of palette that I would assemble beforehand. Like, I got that modular sound and figured out how I was going to do it. I've got the Analog Solutions keyboard, which has the Ondas Martineau, like the ring. So you don't play the keyboard itself. You slide a ring in front of the keyboard, and that's the notes it plays. And then I knew before I started the record that I wanted to use this other thing called the Ring. It's made by a company called Genki. And it's a Bluetooth ring. And it senses your movement in 3 dimensions, and you can route each dimension to a MIDI controller, or you can get their module, which is a Bluetooth receiver, and it spits out control voltage. So I had one direction that was volume, one direction that was the filter, and the third direction was something that made it feed back on itself and made it just get fucking angry sounding. And I knew I was going to use this on the record. I knew I was going to do the weird talking synth. I always know I'm going to do harmonium and bass, but like, I'm to work on the 6th record, I've started assembling things. I got my trumpets worked on. I've got a huge stack of electro harmonics guitar pedals back here. I'm going to use them. I'm going to use the modular. I got a set of strings for my 12 string and also for my sitar, because there's some things I know it'll take me an hour to play like a 5-note melody, because I don't really play sitar. I know how. I'm no good. but it's the kind of things that I do only on these records. So anyway, the point is that he was writing record 6. And as you must know by now, listening to the story of all these records, the progression is Ryan talking to me, I'm sure talking to Mike all the time, gets the songs ready. He goes into the studio. He does his thing either himself with the people he's working with. Not like, he's not just like Richard had a huge impact on how the songs were put together because it's when Ryan was first recording them. Then it goes to Mike to do stuff, or Mike's already done his stuff as part of the first phase or whatever. Then it comes to me and I do stuff. And then the record's done, basically. And so for record 6, Ryan went in with Richard and Emma in the studio in Sweden, and he did all of his stuff. And I believe most of these songs, the core of them is a live take of piano and vocal. It wouldn't necessarily be the first take, but the piano and vocal tracked at the same time. Then vocal treatments, the same sort of stuff you would usually do, and synth stuff, and a lot of the great atmospheric things. And then it went to Mike, and Mike did his stuff. And then after Mike had done the stuff, he sent it to me. And I was talking to Ryan like every couple of days at that point, just because, and he sounded super happy. Yeah, he sounded great. Really, really great. Every time I talked to him. He had this amazing dog, Boosie. Huge fucking dog. And there'd be, like, every time I talked to him, something had happened. He's like, yeah, we were walking in the woods, and Boosie found this branch, and he came running towards me, and he had the branch in his mouth. And this is a fucking huge dog. And I would imagine that the branch he picked up was more like a tree. And he just went straight into Ryan's leg with it. And like Ryan could barely walk for a long time because Boosie had run into him. But he loved this dog. I got pictures all the time, videos. Like there's a video of there's some people swimming, and Boosie just wanted to save everybody. So he jumped into the water and swam over to these people like, hey, you all right? All right, you're good. And he swam to the next one. You okay? All right, good. And then he got out. Like, and Ryan loved his dog, and he would call me because he would be at a cafe waiting for Emma to show up, and we'd just start talking about tacos. And then the next day he would make a fish taco and send me a picture of it. And it was, yeah, it was really, really great. And then he got really sick last year, and he went into the hospital. And this is right before AES, which is in October. It's a trade show in New York. And so I immediately decided that I was going to I do demos at these trade shows where I go into a booth, and Mix with the Masters is usually one of the bigger ones. They always have a big stage, and you show up with a session and you play it, and then you talk about it, which is great. And for Mix with the Masters, I'm always the first person on the first day. I think it's because I'm the only person who will actually agree to do it. They say that it's because I bring people in. Like, okay, that's very flattering, and I'll just believe them. So it was, the beginning of the show on the very first day, and I just said, Ryan's in the hospital. So I'm going to play this song start to finish. And then afterwards, I'll be glad to show you stuff. And it's the first song off the record. It's David. And I love it because, first of all, it starts with the wind chimes. So you kind of get that theme of the record. But it's another one like the middle of I'll Make You Feel, where the outro was just incredibly long. And I kind of went nuts on it. I played a lot of trumpet, did a string arrangement. I think there's more organ. There's just all kinds of stuff. Sitar on there. Well, it's a tambura drone. And so I show that as like the showcase for production. But I just remember saying, I'm going to play the song, and just want everybody to, think good thoughts. And yeah, and at that point, we didn't really know what was going on. Just knew that he was sick and he was in the hospital a bunch. And we kept thinking like, oh, he's getting better, and he'll be out. But then he wasn't, and then something would happen. And then on the 27th last year of October, he died. And I hadn't started working on the record yet. I was still listening and gathering ideas. And it was a difficult record because it was very sparse in a way. A lot of the songs were very slow and very sad. Lyrically, it was sad. I mean, there are a lot of lyrics on Maybe Tomorrow, which are sad. He's always had songs about leaving people or being left, or even songs about dying. It's in the title of some of them. But Maybe Tomorrow, I don't know. There was a real arc to it, and it was meant to be this sort of triumphant journey. But there was always something really sad to me about that record, which he didn't feel. I asked him, hey, is this song, sort of about this? And this moment in the song is kind of this like realization that this had happened and you'd never come back. He's like, no. It's just, about happier things, about love and, about loss and stuff like that. But this last record, it's the same thing, where I'm sure he would say, no, it's just beautiful. But it's also, it's really sad. And the song, it will be called House in the Woods. Home Away from Home is a song on an earlier record. And there are ideas I have, like I want to get Amina to play on a few songs because I think they were really important. Like at the end of Maybe Tomorrow, I made this kind of soundscape thing at the end of the last song by taking elements from all over the record. And I had this feeling like, okay, I want to do something like that at the end of this record, but elements from all the records. And the more I think about it, like I'm going to try it, I'll build it. I've got every session from every record, and I've been opening them to get ready for this, as well as just going back through things because I don't remember, these things are like done in a trance, and some of them, 12 years ago. And so going through things, I'm not sure I want to do that because I feel like it's almost gimmicky to do that. But things like the wind chimes and stuff like that. But I think more that what's important is to get some of the people who've been really important, who haven't necessarily contributed recently, to do stuff. So I feel like having Amina on a few songs and having, elements come back from earlier records, because in a way it really, it's not like, oh, it's the perfect final record. I'm not going to say anything stupid like that. It isn't. This was just album number 6 that we were making, full length number 6. But his vocal on the last song, part of me feels like the song needs to be gigantic to be deserving of where his voice goes. And then part of me thinks like, well, I'm going to go through the motions of doing this. And then it'll turn out that it just needs to be what's already there, which is almost nothing. Every vocal he's ever done is amazing. The amount of emotion he could pack into the lyrics and the melody, but the performance is just astounding to me. But there's something about this, and maybe it's because it's live takes with the piano, that it goes deeper. And when he first sent the record, I didn't get it. It was like everything was slow and everything was sad and everything was piano. And he has a very distinctive style on piano. It's very simple. And it just felt like how do we make this a record? And then as I listened, and one of the problems was usually by the time the record gets to me, there's already a sequence. Mike is great at sequencing the record, and then it can change. Like on Zero, I ended up resequencing the whole record. And even once in a long, long time, the first song on there, I just want to get it right because I'm sick of saying stuff that's wrong. The first record, Don't Be So Serious, is like the happiest song on the record, and it has the fastest tempo of things. There's the most going on. And I kept trying to find a place. It sounds like the perfect song that should be somewhere in the middle of the record, but that ended up at the beginning. But generally, there's an idea to the flow. And I think because the record in some ways is so simple, it was hard to understand how it was going to work. And also, Ryan did this thing where he plays the chord progression from the last song at the end of 3 other songs, I think. And it was sounding repetitive and I couldn't figure it out. And then I had listened a few times before he died. And then I tried a few times to listen and I couldn't. I just absolutely couldn't. I could work on the old stuff, like I did an Atmos mix of one of the songs off of Maybe Tomorrow, and I'm going to redo the entire catalog in Atmos because it lends itself to it and it's really important. But I just could not listen to the record. And then finally I started listening to the mixes that Mike had sent and started to get kind of, I don't know, I've got different ideas for how these things will work and how they'll come together. And I won't know until I start doing it. And, I'm really going to trust that Mike and I can listen to it and know, but that's never been an issue before. It's never been, when we've done what we think is right, that Ryan ever, I don't remember him ever saying, oh, no, you didn't get the point of that. Ever. So we will finish it. Absolutely. Fortunately, I mean, Mike's already done his stuff, though, there may be stuff that I feel like it would be great for him to do. I don't know until we start on it. But I have ideas of what's going to happen and how it's going to happen. But realistically, I don't think it's even going to happen this year. I opened up a couple of the songs, I don't know, a month ago, thinking like, okay. And listening to the mixes I already had was one thing. And I got to the point where I could kind of do that. There are a couple songs I still can't listen to really. But the idea of actually listening, which you have to do while you're working on the song, getting the context and the vocal and the spacing in the vocal and where does it sit and what room is there and what is in my head. I just couldn't get there. So I have a feeling it'll be next year. I've got a lot going on work-wise, and I'm traveling, like I'm going to AES in a couple of weeks and see my dad. And, there's stuff that's going to distract me from it, but I think also prepare me for it. And then at the beginning of next year, I'm going to try to not really do much of anything and then finally finish the record. And I know there are a lot of people who are really hungry for the record, and that's fantastic. And I'm really glad they are, because I don't want to lose momentum with the band. Like, I don't want it to be my fault that nobody hears record 6 because I've taken too long. Like, that would suck after the effort I've put in over the years to help get the momentum in the first place. But we'll see. It will be done when it's done, and it'll come out. There's no reason it won't come out very quickly once it is done. So that's good. And then, like I said earlier, I'm hoping down the road there's still enough interest to do a box set, because you can stay on, Mark. There's no reason to go away. I'm almost done anyway.
Accidentally hit the button.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to do it only because I know that Ryan would just lose his shit when the first box set showed up at his house. Like, when the vinyl would come, he'd be living someplace where we couldn't even get it to him quickly. So Skip would end up being the first person to actually get vinyl. And Ryan would like, send me a picture, man. Send me a picture. And Skip would send him a picture of the vinyl and he'd just freak out. Like, he loved it. Absolutely loved it. So all of these pressings we're doing now, and we will continue to press while people buy it, but every single one is going to be different. Because that's what he wanted. And there's already an idea of the colors of the vinyl, but I want to press the stuff that's never been pressed. you know, the remix EP is cool. I don't know that that will go onto vinyl, but I think it's important that Inure goes on vinyl because it's an EP. It's a mini record. We all worked on it, and it's beautiful. And I think it's important that the live album is on vinyl, because it's a great document of that band, the three-piece band, but with Amina as well. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So anyway, that's the plan going forward. So I think we should do a little bit of Q&A. And fuck, we've been going for almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
And I'm usually asleep long before this. So,
Nice.
but I
And
can't. The biggest thing I got to say to Mark and to Puremix who host this is thanks for the platform to be able to do this. I mean, you know, for me to interview the people I've gotten to interview has been amazing, and you know, hopefully that's been a real symbiotic relationship, and it's brought people to the site and all that. But to be able to spend, you know, 4.5 hours talking about Low Roar, basically.
I mean,
You know,
I would love to do another one of these, and you just go through more songs and all that. Like, this is amazing.
yeah, I don't think I could do it. I couldn't
Right.
do it. But, you know,
Yeah.
I just hope that people who haven't listened will at least, you know, just skip through, stream it. You don't have to buy the vinyl, just stream it.
Mhm.
And hopefully, you know, take a long drive and listen.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a ton of love being sent your way in the chat. You'll have to make sure you go back and read the chat later. It's all really,
right.
really sweet. So one of them that I do want to say is, Garrett Hudson says, "We trust you," all caps, take your time. There's a lot of that, a lot of people sending trust and encouragement.
That's great. I mean, I've posted a couple of times on the Low Roar Instagram just to say, because, you know, I want people to know what's going on. I mean, I don't feel like, oh, his legacy is in my hands, but I mean, this record is in my hands at the moment and I got to finish it. But his fans are, you know, that was his life, that people would actually like his music. You know, and there's so many people who have said that his music got them through a really tough time, that meeting him was so important to them because he was so nice to everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody. He would talk to anybody after a show. Want to hang out? Like, let's get something to eat. Like, you know, that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to be with the people who loved his music. Not in a, you know, in a weird egotistical way at all.
Right.
It's just
connection.
they had a connection, you know. So so I think, you know, it's important for me to try and tell as many of the people who love him and love his music that we are working on it. It's just, it's impossible right now.
Yeah. The time will come.
Yes, it will come. It will come, and it's going to be an absolutely gorgeous record because it already is a gorgeous record. We can put it out how it is, but it's not how we do it. So I need to at least have a pass through, and I might do almost nothing. Who knows?
Yeah. You'll know when you get there. As you do. Awesome. Okay. We're going to be gentle on you with questions today because it's been 4 hours and 23 minutes.
I mean, as you know, I can talk about Low Roar forever, so I don't mind, you know, questions in that vein. But
sure, yeah. Okay, question number 1: when you made the parallel drum bus for this, wah wah. Okay, this is from Burakan, and he says, "Can you talk about Ryan's thinking style when making music? This will be hard. It has so much emotion, and how does he do that? I can learn most songs with listening, but it's almost impossible to learn his songwriting." So thoughts on his songwriting process?
You know, it's hard to know. I mean, I would talk to him about it, and there's this not moment, but there's this time within the time of songwriting where you go from absolutely nothing to something. And that's sometimes with some songwriters, that can be a very deliberate thing. They'll have an idea about the song they're going to write or something like that. or there's a chord progression they love, and they will extrapolate from that. Ryan seemed to get whole sections of a song at once. It might not be the whole song. It might not be everything. Sometimes it wouldn't include a melody. Sometimes it would. But I don't think very often like he had an idea about the song he wanted to write. And there are lots of people who say the universe speaks through them, or but whatever you want to think about it, it's that inspiration, and he was just getting fire hosed with that shit.
Yeah.
And sometimes the lyrics would be clever, but I don't think he spent a huge amount of time like laboring over them. They would come out in big chunks. And I would see like he would be scribbling the stuff, and he'd like send me a photo of the page, and it wouldn't be stuff crossed out like a word here and a word there. It would be, here's a version of the lyrics, and fuck that. Here's another version of the lyrics. Okay, great. And then I could sometimes say, ooh, but that line is so amazing. Why don't you save that? There'd be tweaks, but it would just blast through him somehow.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to know like how you would teach that. I mean, it's inspiration just in its purest form. Then from there, it was lots and lots of detail work. But I think also from there, we said before about like hearing the song in his head. And there are lots of musicians who I think hear the song in their head, like My Brightest Diamond, working with Shara from My Brightest Diamond. She hears the finished album in her head, but not in a way where she's going to be like surprised by it. She collaborates, and it's very creative the way she makes her records, but she knows what it's going to be. And the Mars Volta guys, exactly that way. They know exactly what it's going to be, where I think Ryan just knew how it was going to feel. So sonically, didn't know what it was going to be. Arrangement wise, didn't know what it was going to be, but he knew how it was going to feel. And that's why I could do stuff that I felt was like insanely invasive. I have now played 12 instruments on this part of your song, none of which were there or hinted at or anything.
Also, here's the mix.
Yeah, and never even be commented on. Just like, great. Like Mike sent me a text not that long ago where he'd said, I don't know why, but he went back and he listened to Zero. And I think it was the first time in a long time he'd just sat down and listened all the way through. And he just said, man, what you did on that record is amazing. Of course, I feel that way about everything he's done on every record. And it's a mutual admiration society. I'm not thinking like, he didn't think I did anything. But I think it was like none of us sort of assess what the other person has done really, because we're all just living inside of it.
Yeah.
And I think for Ryan with the songwriting and the singing, it's, he didn't write the song and then figure out, well, okay, now how am I going to do the song? It's all one thing. It wasn't a song, it was music, and the music was just the feeling. And he had this way of writing lyrics where, I mean, super poetic, but also like when you read Cormac McCarthy and every word is fucking perfect. There's so many times where the use of one word, and it could be phonetically or just the meaning of it or both, like that Without Asking Once, it completely transforms the entire song, both lyrically and musically. And that's where he's just a genius, So I don't want to say like, well, you can't learn it. Like, good luck with that. But I think what I'm trying to say is don't concentrate on details in any way. Try and get a chunk of something that feels the way you want it to feel. Capture that either by recording it, or your body will memorize it immediately because it's something that's true find something that is true, then you can work on it. And you can't break it. It's impossible to break when it's true. It's only true to you at the moment, but it doesn't matter. And once you have that, no matter how tiny a bit that it is, you can grow something out of it.
Amazing. Yeah.
Blah.
No, blah. That was a beautiful answer. Awesome. Here's a fun one. Santiago says, Death Stranding 2 is already announced. Have they requested licensing some more Low Row songs? Spill the beans, Andrew.
Look, there are no beans to spill. I know nothing.
Yes.
And even if Sony was getting in touch, like, who knows what the hell it would be about? Like, he'd announced Death Stranding a couple of years before he had the first teaser thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. I don't know. I mean, Hideo's obviously a big fan and music's come out, but no, I have no idea. It would be amazing. I think, and because his use of the music is so sympathetic and incredible, that that would be awesome. But no, there's absolutely no news one way or the other. Absolutely no idea.
Yeah. There's, man, not to pontificate on this too much, but it's just it's funny, like remembering like the late 90s ish time, at least from my perspective, was like the least cool thing you could do was license your music, but the way that was used in that game was like completely flips that on its head. Not that it hadn't, there's been other uses of good licensed music, but like that was a really cool thing of like two art forms merging, and that whole thing is just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, art versus commerce, and I think there are times when it's like, oh, I don't want my song used to sell guns, like,
right, yes,
or whatever. And we've got actually very strict guidelines on licensing, and they're written on the website. It cannot, the scene you want to use cannot include violence or basically people being mean to other people or drug use. Can't do it. Like, absolutely refuse. And we have to approve, like, we need at least a synopsis of what the thing is. And, but then there are times when that's like the best thing ever. Like, there's an animated movie called Flea, which is a beautiful movie. It was actually nominated for 2 Oscars last year. Didn't win either of them. But it's a really, what's Mole? Mole was walking like he might have had a friend, but he doesn't. Oh no, he's just wet. That's what's going on. Okay. So that was a great thing to have songs. And then sometimes it's just, we like the thing, but for advertising too, like I remember seeing, there was the Volkswagen ad that used Pink Moon, the Nick Drake song, which is one of the most beautiful songs ever done, but it actually works perfectly. So, okay, you're using it to sell cars, but in a way it's a tiny little short movie that's really moving because of the music in it. So it's completely up to the artist what they want to do. And the point is to make it your life. And nobody does any other job for free because of their art. Painters would love to sell paintings and have exhibitions. Sculptors the same way. Movie makers want people to see it. You do it so people can see it. So if you're making records for people to hear, and it's a way to get your music heard by more people, then some musicians will be okay with it and some won't.
Absolutely. Yeah. Plus that was going to be a super cool game, so that was going to work. Okay. So this one's just a comment. Joe, RCHF in the chat says, no question today, but lots of gratefulness that Andrew finds the right words to talk about the feel, love, and art without ever running into the risk of being pathetic. Also grateful for this community and that it's possible to have the space and attention to honor and love the art that music is. So, really cool comments there.
That's awesome.
From Martin. He says, I wouldn't want to leave without saying a huge thank you for such an awesome session. Thanks. Looking forward to the next one. There is a comment here. TOFS01 says, will we ever get the Audrey Sessions on vinyl?
I don't know. I mean, it's like the first album. I mean, I don't even know who owns the rights to it at this point. I mean, I don't.
Mhm.
I couldn't put that out. And the EP, I think it's great, but just go stream it. Um,
Mhm.
it's a great EP. It really is, and made very quickly. Um, I really love that thing, but I absolutely don't want to put it on vinyl to traffic off of Low Roar. Like it's a
Sure.
separate project.
Mhm.
Ryan is really super proud of what he did with it, but he didn't want to revisit it. That was what he did then, and Low Roar was what he did after that. So,
Mhm.
um, yeah, I don't think so. If there was a full length record that was done with me and I'd put it out digitally, then there might be a thought of it. But
Mhm.
also, it's really fucking expensive to make vinyl.
Right.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately, probably not.
Cool. All right. Scott713 says, question, there are some songs, albums where the official lyrics haven't been released. Will they ever be, or are they intentionally left out? Thinking about a couple tracks on O in particular. Zero.
Hold on a second. Let's look at the artwork, shall we?
Sorry,
Um,
are we calling it O or zero? Or both?
Zero.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not because and it's not because of this, but the Damien Rice album that he was touring in 2004 is called O.
Oh, yeah.
And so yeah, ours it's
Yep.
the number O.
Hmm.
Oh,
The
did we
number O.
never include lyrics with this record? I guess we didn't. Um Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I would
Interesting.
say for the box set, we'll definitely do lyrics. Um Yeah, I mean, there must have been a decision about that with Ryan. Not, he wasn't like, "Oh, don't share my lyrics," but
Hmm.
for whatever reason, we didn't do it, and so I think I'd feel a little weird, like all of a sudden doing it. But if you maybe on Apple Music, because they really like to have lyrics for everything, I can't remember if I had to submit them or not.
Hmm.
So it might be worth looking on Apple Music to see if they're there. There are, I'm sure online, you'll find some people who tried to do it. But
I will tell you right now about Apple Music.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good point. I think that's the only record other than Inure that we did not do them on.
There are lyrics on Apple Music.
Okay,
Yep.
great. So they're all there. And if they're there, I'm almost positive that I would have put them in so they will be accurate.
Cool.
I spent a
Okay.
lot of time like soloing up the vocal and trying to transcribe. And then I asked
Wow.
Ryan, he's like, I don't know. Like, yes, you do. And he just can't be bothered. So
Nice. Okay. Scott713 says, oops, sorry. Hold on. That's who I just said. Been at it for 4 hours. Okay. Rev says, if you had to pick just one song from all of the records, what was your favorite song to work on with Ryan?
I can't pick one. I mean, I can't. There's so many things about so many of the songs. Like that Give Me an Answer one. There's so much weird shit that just makes that. The percussion, the banging on the guitar through the Sans amp, the bizarre piano thing. So I could say that track just in terms of um, the collaboration of us being in the room. I love the way the trumpets worked out on that song on Maybe Tomorrow. Which one was it? Because you mentioned it earlier on
Oh,
today.
uh, hold on. I wrote it down. Captain.
Is it Captain?
Yeah, Captain. Yeah.
I did all this, like, Ryan's like, oh, can you put some trumpet on the end? And like, I couldn't get anything that stood alone. And I thought, well, hold on a second. I've done a bunch of takes of this and I just put them all together. And
Mm,
so, comp that together. So that's cool. But I mean, in a way, a lot of the first record, because it
yeah.
was so much of like an exploration and just kind of figuring out what the hell it was. So yeah, I don't know, but I don't think I can pick a song.
Yeah. Okay.
There isn't a single one that I don't like, though, to be honest. Usually there's like, oh, that's a bit of a clunker. It's just not my thing. Like I
Mhm.
said at the very beginning, there's absolutely nothing that I don't like or would change or leave out of any of these records.
Mm. Garrett Hudson asks, any chance of unreleased songs being included in the box set, such as Aspirin, Son of Mine, Idiot? A couple
It's really
people are
funny. I mean,
seconding
there's so
Aspirin.
many. These are songs that they're on YouTube in a couple of places. It says the unreleased album, and it's not the unreleased album. I mean, at least one of them is an Audrey Sessions song demo.
Mhm.
So, and Ryan used to send stuff to everybody. He'd like write a song, he'd send it to me, he'd probably send it to Mike, and he'd also send it to 30 other people. Just like, hey, what do you think of this? Or I'm doing this. And, he just loved it. And so some of the stuff got collected. But when it came to the records, he would be really, really set on what couldn't be released. I mean, there'd usually be a song or two. Like from Once in a Long, Long While, there's a song called Box Crate Weirdo. And that came out as a single. There was a song that didn't make the digital version of the record, but is side 4 of that. And that's a song. Hold on, remember the name of it because I can never remember. I Won't Be Long. So that song, all week while we were working at Mono Valley, it's like, no, that song doesn't work. I don't even want to work on it. Like, I don't know. There's something there. There's something there. We got to do this. So I got up early the last day before getting fucking hammered at the end of the day. And I'm like, we have to find a way to make this song work. So I had my 12 string and I had electroharmonics pedals and I used the Pog and something else. So it was up like 2 octaves and I got it. So it's like, okay, cool. This sounds great. And I went and got Mike and like, look, before Ryan comes in here, come in here, play the chords for this song, but just the downbeat of every bar. And then put a bass on it. And then there were a couple of things from the earlier version that we kept. And I'm like, look, this song is great. We have to figure this out. And so I had it like done and ready. And Ryan walked in. He's like, oh, that's pretty cool. But not good enough to go on the record. So, I mean, that stuff, it lives on YouTube. I'm not going to take it down. None of those are outtakes from Low Roar Records. Some of them are demos that he wrote sort of during that period and that he shared with people. But I don't think a single one of those is actually an outtake from the Low Roar record. There are a couple things that I've gone through where I've got an instrumental version that I can use because he was never happy with lyrics or the vocal or something like that. So there will be a few things like that, I think, because Inure will fit on one side of a 12-inch vinyl. So I've got the other side that I'll probably put some of that on. But at first, when he first died, I started going through everything. And there's so many ideas and things like that that are just gorgeous and great and whatever. But if Ryan wanted them out there, they'd already be out there. And I thought at first, I'm going to do this. And then I thought, this is just like, it's like grave robbing. It's not meant to be out there. So some of the stuff will be out there anyway, but it can't be an official release because it's not stuff that Ryan said should be out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Garrett says, perfect answer, respectable. Okay, Scott713 asks, when was No Words created?
It was made before... I think it was before. No. It's after the first record. It may even be one of the things that was like he started to work on for O. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely from after the first record because we didn't have songs left over by the time we finished, as far as I remember. So yeah, it was after that. But then he wanted to put that on. Basically, what I think I just said, look, we can't keep putting the single edit of this fucking song on there because the long version is the version we like and we don't even like single edits. So he's like, oh, I got this thing. Just put it on, No Words. So, but I'm pretty sure it was between the first 2 records.
Mm. Macaulay McLeod says, "Hello, small question. Will no words come to streaming services?"
I don't know, to be honest. Um, it's another thing Ryan loved, was to have something somewhere that wasn't somewhere else. Um, it would have to come as part of something. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe once we collect up like the few extra things that will be part of the box set, then maybe that stuff can come out, as like the ephemera collection.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it'll come out on its own. And I don't like, oh, you got to buy the vinyl. I'd be shocked if someone hasn't already recorded it off the vinyl and put it somewhere. Like, it's got to be somewhere because that's what people
Sure.
do.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. It's one thing if your fans put it up somewhere.
yeah.
But- okay. Toffs01 says, adding on this to the lyric question, Audrey Sessions has very few songs with lyrics, especially the EP. Would we be able to get lyrics for that?
I don't know. Does Apple
Yes.
Music have lyrics for that one?
I will look. That's the one that you just sent me, right?
No, that's a pedestrian one.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. I keep
Uh,
yeah. Audrey Sessions.
yeah, it's called An Otherwise Perfect Day,
Okay.
which is another one of Ryan's lyrics. That's amazing. But we were trying to find a title, and Alicia is the one who pulled that out of one of the lyrics as the title for it. I love that. An Otherwise Perfect Day. Because
Okay. I
obviously
found
it is
it.
not a perfect day.
Okay. So there are no lyrics on that one on Apple
Okay.
Music,
I
unfortunately.
mean, I might be able to go back through it. I don't know that I have the sessions for that. And without being able to solo up the vocals, sometimes it's really hard to know for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry.
Okay. Tesla Chan says, "Do you think you'll release an early peek of the next record, like the singles with Maybe Tomorrow?"
Um, I doubt it. A couple reasons. One, like the reason we had singles, if you watch the videos, was because Ryan got in touch with me one day and he sent me a link to this Lego video. And he's like, look, mute the audio, play this song. And I played it, and it was like, and it's for Hummingbird. And it's like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. It's as if the guy did the Lego for this song. Everything. The
Wow.
timing was insane. Hitting things like crazy.
Yeah.
And so we did that, and then we had a second Lego video, and then he did one which is just like a video effect of him singing the song. So, but we completely gave up on the whole, oh, we have to have a single and do this and do that. So I'd actually rather get the album out. And I don't work on one song at a time. I work on the
Mhm.
entire record at once, because otherwise there's no context and I have to get away from a song so I can come back. It's really, really intense when I'm working on it. So yeah, the album will be finished and then I will get it out as fast as humanly possible. We have cover artwork already that he had already collaborated with a painter on. So it'll just be a matter of me formatting everything for the physical releases.
Mhm.
But yeah, when it's done, I just want to get the whole thing out.
Yeah. Very Disco asks, you're speaking about the machine. What are the robot lyrics?
You mean the song, The Machine?
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know. Are they not in the lyrics?
I don't know.
I don't remember now. I'm trying to remember how that got made too. Like that one, the whole like breathing and factory sounds I added afterwards, and like it was so obvious to me, like, oh, it's about the machine. So that song took a weird like mechanical turn, even though it was sort of there already. I don't remember
Mm.
what they're saying. It may be a repeat of lyrics that are already there, but like one of the things that I love is not necessarily knowing the lyrics, because sometimes you figure it out. Side one of the Pink Floyd album, it's not Umaguma. It's the one that's got one of my favorite songs of all time, Fearless. Is it Umaguma? No. God damn it. Whatever. Side one. It's one of their long 20-minute things. And at one point, there's a voice that's really affected. And for years, I couldn't figure out what it was. And I would play it over and over and over and over. And then there was one time while I was in college, I was riding my bike in Miami because my car, I don't even want to talk about it. And I had my Walkman on and I just got it. And I just, oh no, it wasn't that. I remember I was trying to figure out Miami, but then once in LA, I was walking in the neighborhood and listening to it. And all of a sudden, I knew, he said, I'm going to chop you up into little pieces. But it was like clear as day after spending years trying to figure it out. So the robot voices will come to you. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. From Men here, possibility of releasing a live LP. Oh, sorry. Was referring to the Gamla Bio Live. That doesn't make sense to me, but maybe you.
Yes. Yeah. That's the live Low Roar record. That's the one we recorded at Airwaves. And yes, that if we get to do a box set, then that will definitely be on vinyl. I really, really want that to be on vinyl.
Yeah.
And I'm saying if we do the box set, because pressing one record is ridiculously expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Pressing a box set with it'll be like 15 records in there.
Oh man.
It'll cost hundreds of dollars each.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to do a pre-order
Press it.
just to make sure anybody even wants this thing, because
Mm-hmm.
even if I only make 100 of them, it's going to cost me tens of thousands of dollars to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't just sit on those. So
Yeah.
I think it would be absolutely amazing. And I want posters of all the artwork, because that's the other thing.
Mm.
Seeing this artwork in a larger
Wow.
format is like the pencil drawings for For Once in a Long While that Lilius did they're big. They're really big pictures that are amazing. The inside artwork on Maybe Tomorrow is fucking huge. And we're not going to have a poster that big,
Right.
but to be able to have a larger form of all of this artwork, I think is really important. There'll be at least 2 extra 12-inch discs of vinyl plus every record so far. Yeah, it'll be really, really big. So I haven't even bothered to start pricing it, because I want to get the 6th record out and I don't want to distract from it, because I think it's a beautiful record. And then we'll gauge interest. Yes, if we do it, then the live album will come out. I don't know that it's worth pressing on its own, because no one's going to, I'm not going to sell 1,000 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no point in making 500. And yeah. So I think that's the way that'll go.
Pre-order is a good idea. There's a lot of people asking about box set in the chat, so here you go.
It's great. It's great. And if they tell 2 friends and they tell 2 friends, then we'll know that we can actually make it. And I would I'd love to. A well done box set is like one of the best things ever.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is the perfect material for it too. I mean, just with how much care went into the vinyls and the different pressings and everything too, it'll be pretty special.
Yeah. Yeah. And to be able to include all the versions of the artwork.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You could do a little USB with a session drive or a session on it or something.
Well, we're almost at 5 hours here. So I think a couple more and then we'll.
All right.
We'll
so Yeah. Let's see. Lots more coming in as it's going. Everybody's asking if this will be available for replay after. Yes, it will be. It'll be right here at the same URL that you are if you're on YouTube. And you'll be able to find it on YouTube if you're not on YouTube.
And yeah, the music may end up getting blanked. I don't know, because obviously there are rights that need to be cleared on YouTube. I know a guy.
Yeah, right. Sorry, yeah. I'm reading a question.
So
I missed what you
actually,
said,
make sure you send me the full link, including the account, because Skip can whitelist it if it gets
Okay.
pulled.
Yeah, great. Oh, right, because you played the music, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so DBMR, this will be the perfect one. Don't you guys have to get up tomorrow? I got 5 hours before I got to get up. Thanks for all the insights. It's really humbling to see how you treat Ryan's legacy. Take your time. Thanks for doing this.
Well, thanks to anybody who actually stuck this out. I can't quite believe it.
Yeah.
But very cathartic.
I want to give you one more question. So Burakan's asking, sorry, two more. He's asking if there will be another Low Roar episode, or will you release more content on your channel about Low Roar's music? So there's a calling for more content. 5 hours isn't going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I've done videos about another Low Roar thing, which will come out. I did a pair of videos on the first song from Maybe Tomorrow, one on the stereo mix and one on the Atmos mix. And those will be with Mix and the Masters. I don't know when they'll come out, but we just shot those. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I could go talk about him, and it's, in some ways, it's amazing to talk about it, but in other ways, like, I want people to listen to the records, and it's almost like I don't want to unwrap the present too much. And like a way to, I don't know if that makes sense. And I'm so incredibly happy that people want to know more about these records. So yeah, maybe I will anyway. But there were 2 times, and they were both with just because of the timing, where once when I was doing a Mix with the Masters seminar, so we were down in France at the studio, and you're there with this group for a week. And I played them one of the songs off of because we had just finished it not that long before. And I don't even think the vinyl had happened yet. And like, it may not even have come out. And so I played one song, and then I said, look, I've got the whole record, but I can't take up a chunk of the day with this. So what we can do is, if they say it's okay, we'll come back in here one evening and I'll just play you the record for anyone who wants to be here to listen to the record. Every single person in the seminar came, and the studio owner came in like in the middle of the first song thinking like, oh, I just wanted to see what's going on. And then he sat down and nobody moved.
Yeah.
For the whole fucking record. And then we just sat there when it was over and nobody said a word. Then I think this was after this. I went to Potluck, which started life. It was the Tape Op conference, and it turned into Potluck. And it was like a trade show, but not really. It was a hang for people who make records. And so there were different rooms that people would go around in the evenings, and like UA had a room, and different companies had rooms. And I was in a room that JBL had sponsored. And so they had their smaller JBL series, something or other. So they just brought out, and they sounded great. And for some reason, like, I was the one who was going to be like manning the room. So we had an alcoholic snow cone machine, and we had these speakers. And so a friend of mine, Matt Rossbang, who I think I met at this conference, but it was like, sometimes you meet people, like when I first met Greg Wells, it's like you've known each other your whole lives. And so I said, dude, I want to play you this record. But I'll just play you a song because people are coming in and out and I should talk to them and like whatever. And so I started playing the first song. Breathe In, which to me is one of the most beautiful things we've ever done. Like the strings, just everything about it is gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
And so Matt and I sat down and we're like, I'm not going to stop this. So just let it play. And it was relatively quiet. I mean, this is like there's an alcoholic snow cone machine. Like it should be really noisy.
Right.
And it was pretty quiet. And I just thought like, oh, nobody's coming in or they're coming in and leaving because we're listening to this thing. And we get to the end of the record after 40 whatever minutes and we turn around and there had to be fucking 30 people in this room. Everybody who wandered in just stayed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yes, I can do more content at some point, but I think one of the best things you can possibly do is get together with people and listen to some of these records. Because, I mean, it's not going to connect with everybody. There are a lot of people who don't like it. But if you find a group of people who do.
Been waiting for 5 episodes to use that.
Nice. I finally said something good.
That was great.
Have a listening party, like Debbie and I, we couldn't listen for a really long time. Well, actually, it was kind of weird. Right after he died, I'd started going to the gym in July of beginning of August last year. And it was just something I did and fuck off. And when I first started going, I'm like, okay, I'll listen to aggressive music. Like, that'll be great. So I went through the entire Rage catalog and stuff like that. And like, yeah, it was great. And then I was listening to something one day and realized, you know what? It's not about the music. It's about being distracted. So I just started listening to all kinds of stuff. And when he died, I couldn't listen to anything at home. There's no fucking way. But I listened to his entire catalog in the gym over 5 days. I listened to the full-length albums, and then I listened to the EP, then I listened to the live album, and then even a remix record. Like I did a remix of Please Don't Stop, because I thought that is voted the least likely to ever be remixed ever of any song on any Low Roar record. And I actually love the way it turned out. All the other remixes are like people who know what the fuck they're doing remixes, but that one's really weird. So anyway, I listened through the whole catalog and it was really amazing. And I still remember I started off at that point with the rowing machine. I just sit on the rowing machine and I do 5,000 meters and it would take, 20 minutes or something like that, maybe longer. And I was listening, and I think this was the day after he died, and I was listening to Maybe Tomorrow, and then his mom called, and I'd never spoken to her before. And it was just, there was so much to take care of. It was like, what do we put on the Instagram page? Like, he's not a superstar, but like this was going to get out, and you have to manage these things because you don't want people speculating about what caused it or, and it was listening to that got me through, but at the same time, I couldn't listen to the records anymore. Like I couldn't go home and sit and listen to it, but having two things be distractions from each other let me get through it. And then I couldn't listen anywhere for a long time. But then we started having to do represses. And so I would get test pressings, and you have to listen, and you have to listen immediately because otherwise you lose your spot in the queue. And that became like a thing where Debbie and I, it was work. I had to do it, but Debbie and I would sit not in the studio. We'd sit down in where we've got the stereo in another part of the house, and we would just listen. And neither of us would say a word. We'd just get to the end and shut the thing off and go do something else. But I think we ended up going through the entire catalog that way because we've repressed everything in the last year. So yes, I can do more content, but I think it would be fucking awesome if people got together and listened to these records, people who love them did it. And I think there was a really beautiful thing that his mom and the family wanted to do. And I feel that it was on a day after he died last year, but I think it would be a great thing to do again on the 27th, which is, it was just everybody just light a candle and think about him at 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And there were lots of people asking, like, well, hold on, 7 p.m. in what time zone? And it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The 7 p.m. thing is so that you feel a connection to the other people doing it. But
Mm-hmm.
whether it's this string of some random people lighting candles that goes around the world 1 hour at a time, or if it's people doing it at the same time, because you might do Swedish time because that's where he was living. You might do West Coast time because that's where he grew up and where his family is. And it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And so, do the same things with the records. And then, yeah, I'll do a mixing video at some point.
Awesome. All right. Well, to wrap it up, one question. Sorry, there are two more. They'll be very quickly. Here we go. Dave Westner asked us a long time ago. I wanted to get it in. What's that?
It's me who's not quick.
Right. Yeah, I'm super fast with this. Ready? Watch this.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know if Ryan and Mike ever cut any of their tracks at Sigur Ros's studio. From Dave Westner.
I do not think so. I could be wrong, but Mike had his own studio. And I know almost everything was cut there. And I believe the Aminet tracks I would think would be the only thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure Mike cut all that. And, Ryan was friends with Yancy and with Alex, who's making all the records at that point. So, he knew them. But I don't think so. I don't think he did.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. So other than that, I'm just going to group a whole bunch of questions together, including my own. When do we get Atmos?
I've done one song. I have
Perfect.
printed stems for the rest of that record.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 280 something stems for that record because there's so much on it and I wanted everything separate. So if you listen to, the problem is I can't put out just one song Atmos because I need to resubmit the entire record and I can't do that twice and whatever. But it's David, it's the first song, and there will be the video where I talk about it. And I also did it at trade shows. But the end of that song, the arrangement is dense, super fucking dense. And in the stereo, it works really well because it just starts to go and there's the string quartet arrangement. And when the basses come in, it just like takes your head off. But that stuff is all over the room. And I've had playbacks for that mix. It's going to end up being a longer answer again. So I was asked to do a keynote at an AES conference about immersive music, which was amazing. And the conference, a lot of it was way over my head. But I did my talk, and then I got to do Atmos playback sessions. We did 2 of them. And it was in this gigantic room, which is set up for Atmos and second order ambisonics playback. Like they're just speakers everywhere, really loud, beautifully tuned. And I got to play that mix in that room. And it was fucking mind blowing. It was just awesome because there was like, my room is very small. So I don't hear the separation between the speakers. I hear that stuff's coming from other places, but I don't hear things discreetly. And to be able to be in a room, and I've done the same thing at trade shows, both Neumann and PMC have set up booths. And especially the PMC room, and it's nothing against the Neumann speakers, but I mix on PMC. And it's like what I'd always hoped it sounded like. So I think that the music really lends itself to it. And I will be playing it at AES. If anybody is at the AES show in a few weeks, I will be at the Neumann booth playing that, and it will be the first thing I play. I refuse to not play Low Roar. It's in every credit list I ever do, even if there are only 3. It's Chili Peppers, Adele, Low Roar.
Awesome.
So I will be playing it there, and then I don't want to go back into the Atmos until record 6 is done because I can see myself spending 4 months doing that as a way to procrastinate. And as soon as I'm ready to do that record, I want to do that record.
Awesome. Cool. Okay. To end it, Very Disco says the Low Roar project is the most important piece of music in my life. So I'll be here for everything that there is about it. Thank you so much for this and your work on Low Roar. Kem says he was a superstar to all of us here. Burakan says, if I found it interesting and unique. After listening to Low Roar, I couldn't find any similar music like his. Other songs feel empty to me after listening to him. Connor says, there's no other music that has come close to touching my soul like Low Roar. And Ingvar says, thank you for everything, Andrew. Thank you for everything, Ryan. We'll all visit that house in the woods. Yeah, just lots of thank yous, and everybody really, really appreciates the time that you spent doing this.
That's
today,
amazing.
going through everything.
That's amazing. I mean, like, I don't know what exactly I believe in, but Ryan is fucking stoked that people feel that way.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Great. Yeah, Andrew, thank you so much for doing this. And yeah,
Thank
everybody
you.
keep an eye
I'd
out.
also,
Mix with the Masters
we
for those
have
videos.
to thank my my body double from the beginning. My
Yes.
stunt puppet.
Did it stay awake?
No, he's fucking
crashed.
gone.
He's just passed out on the floor right there. He's got like his arms
no,
around
he's
his
gone.
back.
I can't pay him to stick around.
Oh, you sent him home. You don't
Yeah,
even make him sleep
or-
on the floor.
No, you got to cut him loose. He just stopped by catering and then he split.
You got box sets to make. He's got to go home.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Awesome.
All right,
Andrew,
Mark,
thank
thank
you so much.
so much.
Yeah.
It's great to have this opportunity. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Well, everybody stay tuned. We got to find part 5 at some point.
Yeah,
We'll
we'll talk about easy stuff to talk about.
Cool. All right. We'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.